We are on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at OpenGov office@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning, it's a protest hearing status case number 25 PRO 00094. Bar Magi, license number 133463. This matter has been canceled due to the withdrawal of the application. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00093. Max Tavern Tenley, license number 126121. This hearing has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00086. Andy's Pizza, Wisconsin Avenue, license number 133330. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00083. Across the Pond Restaurant and Pub, license number 106099. This matter has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in the calendar is case number 25 CMP 00084, Quartz Bar, license number 132899. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government in this case, please?
Good morning. Shawnee Brown, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all term.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hold on 1 minute, Ms. Brown. Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI, Brown, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Thank you. The licensee is not here. However, for show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to be here. This matter, then, if it's not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing for December 10th at 10:30 a.m. Ms. Brown. I'm not sure if this is your case. That date might change, but on our schedule, it is now scheduled for December 10th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing that they will rely upon. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents. Any questions, ma'am?
No.
Well, thank you. All right, the next case, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00062, Chicha Lounge, license number 125907. Hold on with me, please.
Yeah, it shows on my end rescheduled, but Colin Chenchi is here to attend.
There's some confusion. I'm just trying to get some clarification. All right, so the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00062, Chicha Lounge, license number 125907. This case has been postponed to, I believe it has been postponed to now. This case has been postponed, and we will. This case has been postponed. We're not having this here this morning, so this case has been postponed to a date to be determined. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CC 00005, Doobie District, license number 126751. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Young Lee, access elevated. Anthony Cello, access elevated. And I don't see Investigator Peru. Do you need me to reach out?
Please do.
Will do.
And excuse me, there should also be a Peter Murillo. The other licensee should be elevated.
Peter Murillo, access elevated. That is a law term.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record, starting with the government.
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, here on behalf of the government, ANTHONY-CELO.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon, counsel for the respondent, Doobie District, CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning, sir. All right, hold on a minute, please.
Supervisor Investigator J.C. Peru. That's it, sir.
Thank you. All right. All right, okay. Mr. Sell, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair.
Do you have any, Mr. Mixon?
None for the respondent, Mr. Chair.
All right. So this is basically it's a show cause hearing, and the government goes first. The burden's on the government. The parties will have an opportunity to do opening statements. The government will go first. The licensee then will have an opportunity to do opening statements. Then we will have the government will call its first witness. The licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness. The board will then have an opportunity, and then we'll have recross and redirect. Once the government has rested its case, then the licensee will present its case. All right, any questions before we start? No?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Well, go ahead, sir.
May it please the board. Members of the board, we are here today to discuss a licensed cannabis establishment which systematically and fraudulently avoided the medical cannabis requirements in the district. As you will hear from Supervisory Investigator Peru, the company in question, Doobie District, employed a scheme to falsely enter information into the METRC system, hiding the fact that it was issuing cannabis to patrons that were not part of the medical cannabis establishment and that did not have medical cannabis cards. The effort was systemic and involved employees using their own medical ID cards when the patron did not have a medical ID card of their own, and was designed specifically to provide medical cannabis to members of the public who did not have the medical ID card and were not qualified to receive the cannabis. Supervising Investigator Peru will testify not just that an undercover buy demonstrated this scheme, but that other indicia and other evidence obtained by the undercover investigator showed that this was not a one-off, but a systemic scheme which Doobie District engaged in repeatedly and flagrantly in violation of the laws of the district. Thank you.
Hold on a minute. Mr. Mixon, who's your client?
They're both two qualified licenses, individuals on the license, Mr. Lee and Mr. Murillo.
Okay, I wasn't sure, and I want to make sure that they were here. Okay. I guess I see that they're not on camera, but if possible, I would like the licensees to be on camera. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Yes, one moment, and just okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today's proceedings will demonstrate that the respondent has made all changes necessary to prevent the recurrence of the mistakes that have resulted in this summary action. You will hear show cause action. You will hear from one of the principals of the respondent entity, KLLM LLC, that's Mr. Peter Murillo, who will testify that when respondent became aware of the conduct in this action, they acted promptly to terminate the employees that were responsible for the offending conduct, thoroughly retrained all of their remaining personnel, and implemented new procedures that would ensure that all future sales of medical cannabis were only to patients demonstrating valid identification and patient registration, and were entered into the metric seed to sale tracking system accurately. The district will argue for the revocation of the respondent's license, but it will be clear from the facts in the record today that revocation is wildly inappropriate in this situation. The respondent has operated without any violations since its licensure and taken the necessary corrective measures to ensure this conduct will not recur. Revocation is only appropriate when a licensee has so flagrantly or so repeatedly violated applicable laws and regulations such that it cannot be expected or trusted to correct its mistakes. And this respondent is clearly not that, as it has done the work necessary to eliminate the conduct in this action. Respondent asks that you consider these corrections and the impact that they have had and will have, and find that revocation of the medical cannabis retailer license is unsupported.
Thank you. All right, does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, government call Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru.
Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please? Yeah, you need to unmute your line also, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you're a witness, sir.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, JASON PERU.
And what is your role with ABCA?
I'm a supervisory investigator in the Cannabis Enforcement Division.
And as part of your role, are you familiar with Doobie District?
I am.
All right, how are you familiar with them?
I conducted inspections before Doobie District received their medical cannabis license, as they were a unlicensed I-71 operator, and I was responsible for their security inspection before they, in order for them to get issued their medical cannabis license.
And did Doobie District receive a medical cannabis license?
They did.
Did you have any interactions with them after they received a medical cannabis license?
I did. I conducted. I visited them on a couple occasions for inspections prior to the incident at hand.
And what led to the incident at hand, as you phrased it?
I received information. People like to send tips or complaints in. So I like to look into everything that comes in, and reference to that they were selling medical cannabis to non-medical patients.
What did you do in response to that tip?
I conducted an undercover operation and sent in an undercover. And what he was, the undercover was instructed to attempt to purchase cannabis without a medical card.
And did that investigation result in a report?
It did.
Permission to share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Sila to share his screen, please?
Access granted.
Thank you, sir.
Investigator, are you able to see my screen?
You're not sharing your screen. Okay, go ahead.
There we go. Yes, I can now.
All right. And is this the report that you prepared? I'll scroll through it.
It is.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I note that as a matter of law, this report is already part of the record.
So that is correct, sir.
So getting back on track, you sent in an undercover investigator to conduct a purchase. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the undercover instructed to do?
To enter the business, state that they don't have a medical card, and see if they were able to obtain cannabis products.
And what happened when they made that attempt?
They walked in. Oh, they were successful for one, but they walked in. They contacted an employee in the vestibule area, lobby area, I guess you can call it. Explained that they did not have a medical card, and they were told to wait a second, and then they were buzzed into the retail dispensary area. And once they were buzzed in, they he observed another customer being finished up with an employee, and once that employee was done dealing with the other customer, the UC was helped.
Let me hold on a minute, Mr. Sila. I apologize to do this. Let me just get some clarification. Is the licensee contesting the facts, like the case report? Is that being contested, or is the licensee? Is it the licensee's position that the facts have have prevented, as the facts as presented in the case report is correct, and so they would be just contesting a penalty, what the board should do. I just want to get some clarification. I should have asked that before the testimony started. I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chair. To be clear, it's licensee's position that facts presented in the report are accurate, but do not give rise, in light of the totality of the circumstances and what respondent has done about them, to support the stated penalty that was noticed, the possible revocation of the license.
So then could we just focus in the rest of the hearing on rather than the facts? I mean, I guess you guys can let me know this, and I apologize. I should have asked this before we started testimony to see should we then refocus this on what possible penalty the board should impose if they can. I mean, one of the not unfortunate, the board in cannabis cases cannot impose fines. So we don't, that has not been established as yet, so we can impose fines. So even if the board wanted to impose a fine as we can in alcohol establishments, we cannot do that currently in cannabis establishments. So I just want to point that out. But so I guess, so how does that, so I guess could we then maybe refocus the questions to Mr. Peru on that aspect of the case, and then we can, so rather than going through, because since the facts are not being disputed.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, and I was not aware of the factual stipulation. I will tailor my questions to the impact of what occurred, if that is acceptable.
Go ahead, Mr.
And
Nixon.
if I may just note, just to clarify respondent's position, I wouldn't necessarily say that as of yet every single fact is 100% disputed, at least based on the district's opening. There may be nuances and questions of the scope or scale that respondent still intends to contend with, but there's not a denial of all of the underlying allegations.
Does that make a difference to you, Mr. Sila?
I will ask my questions accordingly.
Okay. All right, fine. Thank you. Go ahead.
SI Peru, in summary, there were multiple attempts to conduct these undercover buys, and on 2 different occasions, the undercover investigator was sold cannabis without a medical ID card, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did the undercover investigator identify any other customers who received cannabis without a medical ID card?
He did.
Right. And what did the employees tell the undercover investigator they would do to make the sale happen?
Well, essentially I don't know if they were actually told directly that they were going to use someone else's medical card, but they just implied that it wasn't necessary for him to have one or present one. But the product labeling as required does print out who the medical patient is. And that's how it was determined in the investigation whose medical patient cards they were actually using to make the transaction.
And did the employees tell the undercover investigator that they would get him a quote unquote temporary ID?
I don't recall if the temporary ID. I would have to refer back to the report. It's been some time. I don't remember that that being discussed.
All right. If I refresh your recollection on page 2 of your report, After the undercover said that they did not have a medical ID card, did the employee offer them a quote unquote temporary ID?
You're looking at page 2, the paragraph on Wednesday. A few months later, the UC unknown customer was in his transfer. The UC observed the same WA employee demand employee helped tell their customer first. The UC observed the transaction from the call.
And would it refresh your recollection if I highlighted this sentence for you to review?
The employee was asked if they had a card. The UC answered no, and they observed another customer waiting at the door to let in. The female
Mr. Pearl, you can silently read it.
Sorry.
It's to refresh your recollection, so you can read it.
Yeah, no, I remember another customer being in, another customer, the UC was in the vestibule with another customer, and they were both asked if they had IDs, and they both said no, and then they were led into the door. I don't, I mean, obviously it's in my report, so that's, I dictated what was, what transpired, that they said, don't worry, they would get them a temporary ID.
And
So
to be clear, is there any such thing as a temporary ID in the district?
no, not well. That question, just to be clear, when you get a medical, when you sign up for a medical card, it's a it is a 30-day. It could be a 10-day, 30-day temporary medical card, depending on what you're paying for. So it is considered that once it's submitted through the portal. So that is something that you you know, I guess depends how you what we're calling it, but yes, it could be a temporary medical card that after 10 days they would have to renew it again.
Okay. So did they go through the process to get the actual legal temporary ID for the UC?
No, they were never instructed to do that.
All right. What did they do instead?
They showed him a menu, asked them what they wanted. The UC engaged in conversation about what he was looking for, and then they made the transaction and sold them.
All right. And we have a system in the district, the MET-RC system. What is that?
The metric system is a seed to sell tracking system. From the plant state, per the statute, the plants are tagged with a RFID number, and then that RFID number and metrics tag number follows the plant for what it becomes, whether it's flour turned into edibles or something else, to the point of sale, to the customer. So hence the seed to sell. So that tracking system tracks what I can see, where the plant was grown in the district, what cultivator or manufacturer made the product, and then I can see what patient purchased any kind of product from that plant.
So if the UC did not have a medical ID number, what did the metric system show for these sales?
So the metrics will show all sales transactions, and it will show what patient and medical number purchased that flour in that transaction. So in this case, it showed at the time an unknown number and unknown persons that I later learned was an employee of Doobie District.
So in order to sell to individuals who did not have a medical ID card, the employees were using their own medical number?
Correct. They were using other employees' medical number to make those transactions.
Okay. And did that result in inaccurate information in the metric system?
100%, because it oversold the patients. So if I'm a patient, I have my allowance of 8 ounces, and if my allowance is now exceeded, Metrics does not lock out the system. Metrics has an override that if a transaction is being made, the employee can basically override when it's flagged as an oversell, they can override the sale and still complete the transaction. So essentially, we can get up into the 15, 20, 30, these higher numbers that are, so if a patient would go into another dispensary, not Doobie District, and attempt to get their medicine, they would not be able to obtain their medicine because they would be flagged to have already purchased their allotments.
And there were multiple patients who were oversold by the same employee, correct?
Correct.
And what conclusion did you draw from that fact?
Well, that they were using more than one person to complete these non-medical transactions. They were, putting patients at risk that needed medical cannabis that couldn't get it from other locations because they're being flagged as being oversold, and that they had full knowledge of the system, and by using the medical numbers and medical cards of employees, it's clearer of an intentional way to continue to get sales, continue to make money without having to get everyone to sign up for a card, which some people are reluctant about doing in DC because of providing their information.
And based on the numbers of people involved, is it fair to say that there were at least 4 employees involved in the scheme?
Correct. From my investigation, I believe so.
Okay. And is there damage to the district's medical cannabis system if the metric data is inaccurate and not properly maintained?
I think well, the integrity of the system is to prevent oversells to patients, prevent illegal product from being sold, and protect the public safety of individuals purchasing medical cannabis in the district.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Mixon.
Morning, Mr. Peru.
Good morning.
Just a minute ago, you told Mr. Cello that there was determination that there were 4 employees involved in the scheme. Can you say how that judgment was reached?
From the employees making the transaction, for the employees, to me, if I'm doing a count, I'm including the people at the door that are the statute says that you cannot enter the retail area of a medical dispensary until you have a medical card. So the people at the door in the lobby, waiting, vestibule area, that's the first check and they're allowing people to enter without being a registered patient. Then you have the employee behind the counter that's making the transaction, and then you have the employees' cards that were used to make those transactions. So that's where my count would come into play.
From your understanding of the kind of point of sale interface that retailer personnel use to make transactions so that the data is eventually reflected in metric, do the names of the accounts that were being oversold, are they necessarily being controlled by the same person whose name was on the account?
No, the employee who made the transaction was not the employee whose ID is being used, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes, understood. So is it possible that it's fewer than the number of the people involved in any kind of misreporting were fewer than those that you observed, than the number of accounts that you observed in the metric system?
Could be fewer, could be greater based on the amount of employees that are registered patients as well as employees. These are registered employees of the business and also registered medical cannabis patients that we're talking about.
Have you seen any information that would indicate that this was any kind of intentional policy by the licensee and not the errant actions of a few employees?
I can't 100% say that, no.
And subsequent to the two May dates in which your undercover agents observed this conduct, are you aware of any reason, anything that suggests that this is ongoing?
No, I have not gone back to the establishment, awaiting for the due process and the hearing.
And to be sure, are you aware that there is a self-certification process for becoming a patient in the District of Columbia?
Absolutely.
No further questions.
Mr. Peru, I mean, I have a question. I mean, how many, I mean, I need just some clarification and clarification. How many employees do you believe, or how many patients' information was compromised in the sense that were they overserved? I'm just trying to get some clarification about how many employees that you believe were involved in this matter.
Well, this the employees that were employees and also medical patients, that's cards are being used to make those transactions, right? That's one. That's possibly two employees there. You have the employee behind the counter making the sales, and you have to understand that the metric system is supposed to have an administrator assigned or a manager assigned, and that manager has the ability to override things and whatnot in metrics and to make entries and but the POS systems are supposed to communicate with the metrics. So and then you have the employee, like I said, at the front, that's sole's job in the lobby is to check in patients. Hey, Mr. Prue, you don't have a medical card? No, well, you can self-certify. How do I do that? Here's the QR code, scan this, fill this out. And not until I do that is when I'm then supposed to be allowed into the establishment. So we're talking about employees on the outside checking in people that have knowledge of you don't need a card to buy because we have a system in place that we can still make the transaction. Then we have the employee behind the counter who's physically making the transaction. And then we have the registered employees that are registered to the business through ABCA as employees that are also medical patients that are using that are allowing their numbers to be used, or the numbers are being used to make these non-medical sales. So there's a there's the scope, Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry to really we can Mr. Silo mentioned four probably at minimum, more or less it's hard to it's actually determine based on what was going on.
All right. And listen to the opening by the licensee. They're saying, well, it wasn't a wide scale issue. So can you just walk me through the process of purchasing medical cannabis in the District of Columbia if I was to go to a licensed dispensary?
All dispensaries are required to have a lobby and check-in area. So you'd walk in to a area that does not have any kind of cannabis products. Nothing would be in that retail, in that check-in area. Everything would be away in the retail store. You would walk in, you'd be greeted, you'd be asked to present and show your medical cannabis ID and possibly a photo ID. If you have those documents, you would show them, and then you would be let in, meaning buzzed in through a locked door into the dispensary area. If you do not have a medical card, you would be explained that the DC process, out-of-state residents, in-state residents, and then being able to give them the opportunity to self-certify. DC self-certifying, you can get a temporary card, 10 days, 30 days, and whatnot. You then are given a QR code or a tablet or some way to then fill out information and register yourself. Once you register yourself, you're given a temporary card with a number. That number is now your medical ID number. that once you have that, now, hey, Mr. Peru, you're good to go. We got the email saying you're registered. Now I can let you into the area that contains the medical cannabis products. Once inside that area, things are on display or a menu is presented. Once you decide what you want, you then present your medical ID number or your medical card, and then the transaction is then made using that medical card number in the system. You're sold the product, and then you're exit the business.
So I need an ID to enter, and I need a medical card to enter, and once I either um, show the medical card that I have or obtain one, then I'm able to enter the facility, order products, and when I order the product, I need my card to order the product, so that my number is then attached to the order that I make in the system. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Any other questions by any board members? All right. Mr. Mixon, any redirect?
Yes.
Any recross, I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peru, are you aware of whether any of these oversold or accounts otherwise implicated in the scheme were the patient accounts of non-employees?
Yes, I believe a couple oversells. I get the oversells list from metrics that there was several oversells that were non-employee numbers that came up, and hence why, to protect the integrity of the patients, I redacted information from the reports.
And so, as you described, there's two kind of distinct areas in a licensed facility. One is the check-in area, and then the other is the sales floor. Is it possible that the people responsible for the check-in process may be unaware of what is taking place and what transactions are happening in the sales floor?
I don't believe that, because the rules are and the law states that you cannot enter the dispensary without being a registered patient. And if I'm assigning somebody to work that front lobby and to screen people, then they would not be able to get past me and enter the facility until they were a registered patient or presented a medical card. That's every inspection that I've done, every security inspection that I've done. When I've met with ownership, Mr. Murillo, on multiple occasions, and explained and described the laws and the process from transitioning from I-71 to medical, is that, that's part of because they had to build a lobby, right? I went out there, I got on the phone with him multiple occasions on building out the security features, and as part of that, they have a very small space they're working with. And because of that, they had to put in this, smaller area of a lobby of a check-in. But as per statute requirement, they complied with that and built that little area. So to me, the employee working in that area should have full knowledge of the laws and procedures and who is allowed to enter the medical retail area that then product is then contained in.
But I mean, to clarify my question, that person responsible for check-in in the lobby, because they're not visibly observing the sales process, they wouldn't necessarily know what is being entered into the point of sale platform or into metric, correct? Because they're not witnessing it.
Sure, they're not witnessing with their own eyes that the transaction. Sure.
Yeah. No further questions.
Any redirect, sir, Mr. Silos?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify the question about the different accounts that there was some confusion on, SI Peru. Let's call the employee who made the sale the cashier. For the UC buy, the cashier had used the number of another employee who was also a medical cannabis patient, correct?
Yes.
and that employee's medical account was at that time oversold by 9.98 ounces. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that cashier was also linked to oversales of other patients, at least two of which were oversold by 11.27 ounces and 13.67 ounces, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all the clarification I had. No further questions at this time.
Mr. Peru, thank you very much for your testimony today. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Does the government have another witness?
No, Mr. Chair.
Does the government rest?
The government rests.
Mr. Mixon, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, this time I'll call Peter Murillo, one of the principals of the licensee.
Mr. Murillo, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You're a witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Murillo, can you please tell us your connection to the establishment?
I am one of the owners.
And what are your responsibilities in terms of managing the establishment?
I oversee operations, HR, and customer relations.
When did Doobie District receive its retailer license?
I believe March 25th, 2025, sir.
And other than in the present situation, has Doobie District received any violations since licensure?
No, sir.
When Doobie District received its license, how did you prepare employees to comply with the rules around patient identification and sales data entry?
So we had an implementation with Dutchie, which is our POS system, and also we went over the procedures that ABCA enforces with medical cannabis licensing. We did that for about, I would say, give or take a good week.
Mm-hmm. And how many employees were involved in this training?
12.
And what percentage of your total staff is that?
That is the total staff.
Yes.
We only have 12 employees, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear on numbers there. And when did you become aware of ABCA's investigation and the conduct alleged in this action?
When we received notice, sometime in July.
And yeah, is it correct? July, is that the month you?
Yes, July.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. And what did you do when you were first made aware?
So we did a internal investigation. In a nutshell, when you get a ABCA number for a medical cannabis license, that ABCA number stays with the patient. That ABCA number goes with the patient for the duration of either 3 days of the license. It could be, I believe, 30 days, 6 months, or a year. That also is tracked in the metric system. To be fully aware of that, metrics gives you a number and your number in that metric system. In the POS of Dutchie, you get to actually write the customer's name, license number, etc., in that information. But in all, we basically, from metrics, we took the numbers, we identified the licensees that were getting oversold, and then we determined who was working on those shifts, and we found a couple of corporates that were working together to surpresent, or how do you say it, manipulate the system, unfortunately.
And so you referenced some employees. how many employees did you identify that were involved in the inappropriate sales?
A couple employees were doing this.
And how many, if you can recall?
2 to 3.
And what did you do when you had identified these employees?
The owners got together. We had a discussion, and based on the information that was brought to us and our internal investigation, we decided to verbally terminate these employees.
And how long was this after you received notice?
I would say a good 2 weeks. We wanted to make sure that we got all the bag eggs out the basket. So it took us a little time. We had to go through all the metric sales, make sure that, these were the personnels that were actually physically doing this within the company. So yeah, I would say about a good 2 weeks it took us.
And to be clear, were these firings, these terminations, were based on the results of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you instruct employees to make transactions in this way?
No, sir.
Do you recall the names of specifically the employees who were terminated for involvement in this conduct?
So one was Michelle Knoll, one was Lauren Alvarez. So that's about 2 of them. We also did find out we did also have someone else, Anam Dong also. So put them all together, and those are the corporates at that time. So yes.
Okay, so after the termination, what retraining or new procedures have you implemented to ensure that your current personnel are now making sales in a legally compliant manner?
So we went back through the SOP. We retrained our staff. Our staff went from 12 employees down to 7 employees. Of course, a couple of them got terminated, and a couple left. So we went back to the basics. In order to get into the facility, you must be 21 and over with a photo ID. That's the first process. Each person must go through the ABCA rules and regulations to obtain that medical cannabis card. So the first check-in is very vital now. Also, from that first check-in, our back manager now has a solely iPad that he is actually visually and also hearing this check-in process. So he is solely like the last line of defense in this process. Yeah, so that's what we do currently. Also, that back manager is also making sure that the salesperson also is following our motto, our script, and that patient, when he comes in, is actually that patient that they're actually physically helping by addressing them by their the POS system, showing their name, and they're identifying that person when they first walk in. They'll help that customer. They'll place that order. After placing the order, the back manager will receive a label from the back end. He will find those products, label those products, and then those will be delivered to the salesperson, and then the customer leaves. All this is tracked. The third measure I do personally now that I did not do before was I track weekly sales. So I go through all licensee numbers and making sure that allotments are not going over. Also, that no one is circumventing the system as they were doing before.
Okay, thank you for that. And what would you say is different now, or what gaps has that filled in that were present that existed in your earlier operations?
there's no excessive sales. There's no more over allotment. When the system, like this is all brand new to us. So when the system was set up through Dutchy, um, and just to explain, Dutchy actually in real time speaks to metrics, which provides the real time link between when a customer is actually in your facility and purchasing that product and leaving with that product. The problem was our DC runs on a 30-day cycle. Under our investigation, within those 2 weeks, I noticed that our cycle was set at 1 day. So a person could actually come in and purchase their full 8 ounces that 1 day and come back the next day and purchase another 8 ounces. That's totally on me. I take full accountability of that. That was an oversee on when the system was set up. So I totally understand why a couple of customers' accounts were the allotment was over. So yeah, so we changed that. That's on a 30-day cycle. So because in Dutchy, if you go over the allotment, it takes only a manager or whoever has those permissions to override to go over your allotment as a cannabis patient. Just to elaborate that a little bit. So that bubble will pop up and you would need actual password to override that purchase. The only people that have that permission is the owners. So, yes.
Since implementing these measures, have you identified any sales that were performed without a valid patient registration or that look irregular?
No, sir. We've been complying with ABCA ever since the notice we received.
Have you hired any new employees since the time of the undercover buys?
No, sir.
Are you prepared to train them on your new procedures when you eventually do?
Of course.
And how much time would you say you spent instructing employees on these new procedures?
So we usually do in-house training about a good week, but the best thing we want is to make sure the employee is knowledgeable and feels comfortable in the setting. So after the training, we established kind of like a buddy program. They'll work with a seasoned employee for about 2 or 3 days just to make sure that they're comfortable with the settings and they know what they're doing.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to the timeline here. So between your licensure and receiving notice and implementing corrective measures, about how much time was that?
I went back all the way from the beginning. I started April 1st. We opened in March 31st. But I started from April 1st all the way down to July. I went through the metric sales. I itemized each patient ID. With that, I bounced over to the Dutchy system. I identified the names and the medical IDs that were being overused. I took that data, and from there, I found out who was scheduled those days. I went back to security footage to find out who actually worked those days. And then that's how we got our determination on that.
So at most, so you've been open for
April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 7 months.
Thank you.
Yes.
And how much of that may some of these inappropriate sales have been happening?
I would say about maybe a month and a half to 2 months.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Sela?
No cross at this time.
I have a question to ask, sir. is who's that? Who works at the door? Who works at the door at your facility?
Various employees. They rotate shifts. So currently, when we first started our transition into the medical side, we started with 12 employees, sir. Now we're down to 7.
So you're saying that so it was not consistently the same person who worked at the front door?
No, at times, yes. They have a roving schedule. So usually, if someone if someone calls out, someone would fill in. But it was kind of a set schedule, in a sense.
No, I guess I'm asking a question because the first point of contact, it's the security at the door.
Yes.
So what specific training was provided to the person at the door? What specific training was provided to them about who can legally enter a cannabis dispensary?
Yeah, so the procedure goes as soon as they get buzzed into the door, they must show their ID. Everyone that is 21 or older can proceed with the process of getting a medical cannabis card through ABCA. They scan a QR code, they fill out their information, they wait for a code to come in from ABCA, which it used to take about 15 minutes. Now the process is more faster. It takes about 5 minutes. They get a medical marijuana license number. That license number is passed on to the employee at the desk. The employee at the desk takes that number with their ID and inputs everything into the Dutchie POS, which the POS of Dutchie in real time is speaking to metrics. They're integrated with each other, so they're as one. After that process is the person who's checking them in inputs all that process, they get buzzed into the floor. So they're actually the first line of defense of actually who they could let in and who could come into the sales floor. Unfortunately, we had a couple of bad apples, and I take full accountability, for what had occurred and why we're here today. Unfortunately, it was an oversee by me, and yes.
No, because in this particular case, it says that the person was asked if they had a card. The person said, "No, I don't have one, but I'm looking for some gas." So why then, if the person was asked why was this person let in if they say that they didn't have a card?
Well, at the time, you got to understand, we transitioned into this market, and when we transitioned, a couple of employees' pay scales had decreased. So I feel like some of the employees were disgruntled about this change in pay rate, and for I don't know what reason they manipulated the system to actually physically hurt us at this time, because that's what it's doing right now. It's hurting the company, and that's why we're here today.
So you talked about you said approximately 2 to 3 employees were involved and terminated. So did you terminate the employee who allegedly who allowed this person that you see into the establishment on March 9th? Was that one of the persons who was terminated?
Yes, sir. Well, it was May 9th, not March 9th, sir, to be clear.
I thought that May 9th. I apologize. Now, so specifically, you talk who who trained the employees on how someone can legally purchase cannabis in the District of Columbia? Who did the training?
So I and Phil Lee, which is our other manager, trained the whole staff throughout the whole week before we opened for 40 weeks. Well, I mean 40 hours. So for 40 hours, they got 40 hours training through our SOP, which was implemented by Dutchy, and we worked with Dutchy for about 6 weeks with their implementation team, and then we took the small portion of the check-in part from ABCA and took that guidance, and then we trained them on that too also.
So who trained you?
I did. Who trained? No one trained me. No one. If you're asking if anyone from ABCA came to me and trained me, no, sir. This is just me reading the rules and regulations of ABCA and taking forth the information and training my staff. I've never got guidance from ABCA at any point.
So did you ever reach out to ABCA for guidance and training?
Numerous times.
And so you're saying, I apologize, sir.
No, and also I have spoke to Jason Prue on numerous times. He did help us with our security measures, but at no point after he did come and give us a good stamp of approval, I haven't seen him since that date.
But you said that you spoke to Mr. Peru. Do you recall if you ever had any guidance from Mr. Peru on how a patient can enter? What is required for a patient to enter your facility?
Yeah, he helped us with our lobby. That was one of the security measures that we implemented, but no procedure on how to get an ABCA medical cannabis license.
No,
for a
but all right.
patient.
But okay, you said he helped you with your lobby. Why?
Yes.
Hold on. Why was that? What do you mean he helped you with your lobby? Explain that to me when you said he helped you with your lobby.
I'm sorry. Just to be more informative, we had to build a lobby. We have a small space, so it was an open concept when you walk through the front door. So everything was open. So we had to fortify to make a little lobby. So when you first walk in, it's probably like a 4x6 little room that someone checks in, and then you get buzzed in through a door. So for security purposes, ABCA required us to have a small lobby before entering into the sales floor. So he instructed us to build a wall with some doors to so that would comply with ABCA's rules and regulations. So yes.
So what was the purpose, in your view, what was the purpose of the lobby? Why were you required to build a lobby? Why were you required to build a lobby?
We were just following ABCA's rules and regulations of obtaining the check-in area for ABCA.
Okay, but what was the purpose of the check-in area?
The check-in area is the separation of the sales floor and the opening of the establishment.
So what was supposed to occur in the check-in area?
Like I explained before, the check-in area is the first line of defense. If someone's there under 21, they cannot proceed to purchase a medical marijuana card. You will move on to purchase.
Hold on. You said that hold on. You were open for business on March 31st, 2025. That's when you said you were open. And
correct.
so
Yes.
So you said that Mr. Peru told you about building a lobby and a check-in purpose. So when your first customer showed up on April 1st, what was supposed to happen when your first customer showed up on April 1st?
Well, March 31st was our first customer. They come in,
Well,
Everybody.
I'm just you
No,
said
I'm just saying. Yeah.
I'm giving you. You said you testified that you open on March 31st. So I'm giving you April 1st, which is your
No, no
second day of
problem.
business. What was supposed to happen on April 1st?
Yes. So a customer would come in, they'll get buzzed in, they'll show their ID. If they're 21 and over, we proceeded with, hey, scan this QR code. ABCA will send you a notice. You fill out this document. After that, once you fill out the information, ABCA will send you a code. And you proceed on to paying if you're doing a 3-day, I believe it's 3-day, 10-day, 30-day, 6 months, or a year membership. After you pay that, ABCA will send you a license number, and we could put you in the system. Once we put you in the Dutchie POS system with your license number that you received from ABCA, then you could proceed on to the getting buzzed into the sales floor. So yes.
All right. So you said you did once you in trying to vet out what employees were involved in this issue. So what happened then? This incident occurred on May 9th, and the incident occurred on May 9th because, as testified by Mr. Peru, there were allegations that your dispensary was not complying with the law. So between March 31st and May 9th, what was going on with the tell me what was going on during that period of time, in a sense of how is it that patients were allowed to enter your dispensary?
That is the $1,000,000 question. Everybody comes in at once, and so we had a good amount of customers when we started off in April. So there was maybe a little bit overwhelming for the person that was checking in personnel that first month. Like I said in the beginning, it would take 15 minutes to actually get an ABCA license. So that was overwhelming in the beginning. Everything's new for the employees. From then, everything slowed down because a lot of customers did not want to purchase a medical marijuana card. They want to put their information into the system. So we've seen a decline ever since starting after May go down, even till today, to be honest with you, Chairman. So yeah, unfortunate. I mean, I'm just gonna be real honest and transparent. I mean, we're just barely surviving. We're just like a small fish in the pond, and just trying to survive this wave right now, unfortunately. And I hear what you're saying. I'm not here to like nitpick or point fingers at my employees or put the blame on them. Truthfully, as an owner, I take full accountability of what occurred, and we did an investigation, and unfortunately, we had a couple of bad apples, and I apologize. There's at this time, I just really don't know what to say. But yeah, I mean, right now, I just, in the sense, the employees that we currently have is, I don't want them to be affected with the outcome that can happen today. They have families, so it's unfortunate, and again, I apologize, but yes.
Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, I want to revisit this issue of training. What I thought I heard you say was that you didn't get any training from ABCA. And then I thought I heard you say that Investigator Peru came out and gave some specific instructions on the lobby and how that should be structured, which to me, it sounded like perhaps that could be training. And so I want to understand, did you misspeak? Is it, but just help me understand that whether you literally meant you got no training from ABCA.
I
And it's
lit
okay if
okay.
if that's what you mean, because that's something we would need to know. If you
I-
misspoke, okay, that sends us in a different direction.
okay, like I said, I'm not here to point fingers, but to be truthful, I've never got any training from APCA.
Okay, okay,
I got guidance on security measures to pass the security portion of my application, which is, as you guys know, the last portion to actually obtain our APCA license.
okay.
In order to get our license, we had to build a lobby, and I got guidance from Jason Peru and cameras. He helped me out in that aspect, but I never got any guidance on procedures or how APCA wants things ran or run, or I've never, if you guys got a template, I've never even got a PDF of that template of rules and regulations. Like I said, I've diligently myself, I just go on the website, I read up on the information, what you guys have in place, and I implement it with my team.
Okay. And then I heard you testify that you had requested training. Were any of those requests in writing?
So that went through our lawyer to get guidance on rules and regulations.
Okay. And then lastly, I I would like to better understand from your perspective. I believe I heard your counsel you indicate that you or the business did not instruct these folks to violate the law in this way, right? So I'm trying to understand if the company didn't tell them to do this, what was in it for them? Because we're now not talking about just the salesperson. So even if I were to imagine that you had some kind of commission plan that I could explain everything, we're not just talking about the salesperson, we're also talking about a person at the door at a bare minimum. So if you, just from whatever you know and your understanding, if you could help me understand what could have motivated an employee to do this if the company didn't tell them to do it.
So a key thing that I didn't bring up, but we had incentives. So the more a team, so we work on two shifts. Our shifts start from 10:30 to 3:30, and then from 3:30 to 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So we had implemented after April, when we seen a decline in sales, we lost about 80% of our customers when we transitioned. So our functionality right now as a company, we're at like 20%. So us as owners, we said, hey, we'll give you guys incentives, sales incentives. The more you guys sell, we'll give you bonuses. So I think that was one clear indicator. And then also I noticed a decline. I kind of, like I'm there day to day. So I kind of noticed the morale was kind of down also after April. And, I know it's one thing to get paid a certain amount, and then when your pay gets decreased, and that's not something I wanted to do for the employees, but this was all new to us, so we wanted to make sure that as a company we didn't fail. So I think that was the motivation, those two motivations behind you know this why we're here today, actually. So
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
no problem. Thank
Chairman,
you.
that's all for me.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Sela, any?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Murillo, thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Any other witnesses, Mr. Mixon?
No, respondent rests.
Part of the ready for closing?
The district is prepared to move to closing arguments.
Yeah, just so be specific what it is that the the government wants the board to do, what's been requested. And as I said, Mr. Mixon, there are no penalties in the sense that we can't fine, we cannot fine as in the alcohol, so the board cannot legally fine the establishment. So there are just certain options that we have, but fining is not one one of the options available. All right, just as an FYI. Go ahead, Mr. Silo.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I thank you for your time today on this interesting conundrum as we work through these new types of show cause cases. What we have here today is an undisputed fact of 2 violations, entering false information into the metric system in violation of 22C DCMR 5615.3 and dispensing medical marijuana to someone other than a qualifying patient in violation of 7-1671.05 and 22C DCMR 5709.4. Under both of these violations, the board may take action under DC Code 7-1671.06 V1, which allows the board to fine, suspend, or revoke a license. As you stated, Mr. Chair, there is no fine schedule in place nor suspension schedule in place, which puts the board into a position of having to determine the appropriate penalty for these undisputed violations. We saw today a systemic scheme involving numerous employees within the system of Doobie District to engage in behavior to directly controvert and directly undermine the medical cannabis system in the district. Such action demands appropriate sanction. We heard from Mr. Murillo about the steps that they've allegedly taken to correct these issues, but we also heard him acknowledge that they are responsible for the actions of their employees, and they are responsible for the violations which occurred. Based on the current state of the law and the available penalties that this board has to consider, I would ask that you look into the severity of the fraudulent scheme to undermine the accuracy of our reporting system and to very directly abuse the medical cannabis system in the district. It is, as we all know, easy to self-certify. They could have taken those steps to allow people to self-certify their need should that need have been real. We heard about the alleged lack of training, but as this board knows, training is required by the owners before they can even open. And that includes training into the metric system and how the cannabis business should operate. As a result, the district believes that revocation of the license is appropriate. And if the board should decide in the alternative to suspend the license for a period it determines, the district would encourage that suspension to be not less than 15 days.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mixon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, the record in this matter reflects that this establishment has taken all of the steps necessary to address its mistakes, and as such, revocation is disproportionate and an inappropriate penalty in this instance. As soon as respondents' principals became aware that certain members of their staff were making sales inconsistent with the law and the business's internal procedures, they acted as any responsible licensee would, terminating the employees whose reckless behavior endangered the business, and ensure that the remaining personnel were trained on a suite of new procedures that would bring all future sales into compliance with the medical cannabis laws and regulations on only selling to qualified patients and recording sales data accurately. As Peter Murillo has testified, all employees have been instructed to verify that any person entering the establishment to purchase medical cannabis is a valid patient by checking that they have identification demonstrating that they are of the necessary age and that they have been issued valid patient registration through ABCA. Once orders are placed, the employees responsible for collecting the ordered products and checking the patient out will monitor the POS system to determine that the identity of the person purchasing the product matches with the appropriate patient registration so that all orders are logged into the metric seed to sale tracking system accurately. Mr. Murillo regularly reviews their sales records to confirm that there are no abnormalities. These measures are sufficient to preventing the conduct alleged in this action, and in fact, they have been to date, as Mr. Murillo has observed no further irregular or excessive sales records in the last 5 or so months of his regularly reviewing the sales records. With this information in mind, it is inordinately clear that revocation is not necessary or justified. This business does not present a danger to the health and safety of the public and does not demonstrate that it will repeatedly violate the law in spite of repeated disciplinary action. The harm is just not there. The district has provided no evidence that any cannabis was sold to minors, and while it is certainly important that any medicine be provided to designated patients, in the District of Columbia, we have a self-certification system. And the difference between a person who is or is not a valid patient is just a brief moment of requesting a temporary registration. Respondent has otherwise operated its business without any violation since its licensure, and thus can be sufficiently deterred from further non-compliant conduct with a regulatory violation less than revocation. As this board is well aware, licensees who make mistakes do in fact correct them after being put on notice through fines, suspensions, or restrictions placed on their license operations. While we understand there's an ongoing issue with Title 22C of the DC municipal regulations lacking an enumerated penalty schedule, this board is empowered by statute to impose penalties other than revocation, especially in situations where licensees have had no other violations on their record and they have made diligent efforts to prevent further offending conduct. Doobie District is such a licensee, and thus we ask that the board deny the district's request to revoke the license.
Thank you. The record is now closed. I guess I'll ask this question. The parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and the conclusion of law or waive their right to do so.
The district will waive.
Respondent also waives.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25CC00005 Doobie District, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 25CC00005 Doobie District for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The Board will issue a decision within the statutory timeline, within the statutory timeline. Thank you very much, and we'll issue a decision within that timeline. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. It's all right. Calendar, it's 12:03. The next case in our calendar, it's case number 25 CMP 00036, the Mayflower Club Zebedee's Garden, license number 116450. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's review and consideration. The next case is now case number 25 CMP 00043 Soundbar, license number 122864. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's review and consideration. It is 12:04. I'm going to take a before we do the next case, let me take a 10-minute break. So it's 12:04. Let me I'll do 11 minutes. So let's be back on the record at 12:15. Okay, 12:15 for the next case. Okay. All right, we're back in the record. All right, the next case in our calendar is summary action case number 25CC 00027, Friendship Heights Convenience Store, license number 122502. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government and whatever witnesses in this case, please?
Supervisor Investigator Jason Brew, elevated. Earl Douglas Esquire, active elevator, and Chris Southcutt.
I'm not sure if it's my connection, but you're just was it clear or was it just my connection?
It's a little blur.
Apology,
Not blur.
Chairman. I had the microphone
Yeah, that was
Okay, all right.
elevated.
Okay,
Apologies.
okay. All right, I just want to make sure that I wasn't having Wi-Fi issues. Okay, fine.
No, that was me. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Southcott, can you identify yourself for the record, but please spell and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Southcott. First name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
And are you Mr. Douglas? Are you the attorney representing?
Yes, my name is Earl Douglas.
Yeah.
EARLEDOUGLASS, and I'm representing Friendship Heights Convenience, and Haile Nagash, the owner, is next to me.
So, Mr. Nagash, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Haile Nagash.
Oh, you have to spell it.
Oh, HAILEMARYAM. Last name is NEGASH.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. I'm hearing a feedback, so I'm not sure what's going on. All right, Mr. Douglas. Okay, let me see. I think it's gone. So, do you have two lines open in your office, Mr. Douglas?
I do not. Sorry, we were in a conference room, but the internet failed, and now I'm in my personal office, which is not optimal for this call.
No, there
We're
isn't,
gonna
because
try to make do.
yeah, there's a feedback when your line is open, so that's why. So it's coming from your end. Okay, so all right. I need to get some clarifications from you, Mr. Southcott. We received stipulations from the parties, and so basically, this is what I'm asking. Are the stipulations and complete recitation of the facts, and will there be no evidence or testimony?
So the intention is that the stipulated facts, along with the documents that were submitted, those would constitute the record in this matter. And then the parties would be just entertaining argument on what the appropriate sanction would be. So my intention was to read the stipulated facts into the record, and then have those admitted along with the documentary evidence from both parties, and then we can just proceed to argument.
All right, so do we need Mr. Peru today?
Not unless the board wants any questions from him, but I think we should excuse him.
All right, Mr. Peru, thank you for being here today. Have a great day.
I have another just preliminary matter before we jump in.
Yes, Mr. Southcott. Yes, sir.
So there's a companion case to this one, which is the case number 25-ULC-00068. That's for Dabbers Club, which was the unlicensed establishment that was operating inside of Friendship Heights. I would just ask for the board to issue an order approving the summary closure of that establishment. It is my understanding that they have not requested a hearing, and so have waived their right to one.
Well, I don't think I can do that in this hearing. So because I'm not familiar with it right now. So what I'd ask you to do is to put something in writing to the board, and then we will act on your written motion. Okay.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, it's my understanding that as presented by the government that he'll review the stipulations, and then the rest of this hearing will basically whether or not the board should impose penalties, and if the board impose any penalty, what penalty, if any, the board should impose. Is that your understanding, sir?
That is my understanding. I just request for the sake of brevity that we restrict the stipulations to the part that pertain to my client. Mr. Southcott copied and pasted pretty much the whole fact pattern, including the part that went towards Dabbers Club, and I don't represent Dabbers Club.
So I am happy to just have just in terms of the recitation of the facts, I am happy to do as much or as little of that as the board wants. I don't, I think that just doing the recitation might help. These are the stipulations that the parties agreed to. I think it might be useful for the board to have a little context just in terms of what the argument is going to be about. And so I think that the stipulations help towards that end. But that's just my suggestion.
Mr. Douglas.
It does not offend me. It is lunchtime though.
Well,
So
Mr. Douglas, it's lunchtime for you, but it's not lunchtime for the board because the board has we have a
so yes, if Mr. Southcott would like to read the entirety, that is okay with me.
I can read quick.
I'm just saying is that the board is not going to lunch right now because we have our agendas to do before we go to lunch and before we do our afternoon. So I know that our afternoon is going to be off schedule, but I'll make a determination what time our afternoon will start after this. But I think to have a complete record, because we do have a stipulation, we can put the stipulation in the record, and let me. I saw the stipulation. Let me see. Hold on, please. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right, so for so we need to put a stipulation. So there are 26. So Mr. Southcott, you can start, sir. You can go ahead, sir, with the stipulation. Then.
Sorry, my internet froze for just a second. Yeah, I will just reading the stipulation. So 1, Friendship Heights Convenience Store licensee has a Class B license to sell alcoholic beverages issued by the District of Columbia Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. 2, the licensee's registered business address is 5252 Wisconsin Ave, Northwest Washington, D.C. 20015. 3, the licensee operates a convenience store that has a main area containing products for sale in the main area of the store and an additional area in the rear of the convenience store. The additional area is separated from the main area by a green door. 4, around October 2025, the licensee permitted an unlicensed cannabis retailer, Dabbers Club, to use the additional area to sell unlicensed cannabis products. 5, on December 13th, 2023, the board issued a cease and desist order to the licensee after the board reviewed compelling evidence that the license illegally stored and offered cannabis products for sale. See board order number 2023-702. That order required the licensee to, quote, cease the sale, possession, and distribution of all cannabis and hemp-derived cannabis products, end quote. That cease and desist order was affirmed on January 10th, 2024. See board order number 2024-001. 6. On October 20th, 2025, Supervisory Investigator SI Jason Peru received information that Dabbers Club was operating inside the licensee's premises. SI Peru checked Dabbers Club's website and observed that Dabbers Club was offering a variety of cannabis products for sale inside the licensee's premises. 7. That day, SI Peru coordinated with the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD's Narcotics Enforcement Unit, NEU, to conduct an undercover operation at the licensee's premises. 8. An undercover UC investigator texted an employee of Dabbers Club, and the employee told the UC that Dabbers Club was operating inside the licensee's premises. 9. The employee instructed the UC to place an order and enter the licensee's premises to pick it up. 10. The UC entered the licensee's premises and spoke with an employee of the licensee. The UC told the employee that they were to pick up their order, and the employee told the UC to head to the additional area of the licensee's premises. 11. While inside the additional area, the UC paid $70 for a 7-gram bag of golden ticket cannabis flower. The UC then exited the licensee's premises. 12. MPD NEU took possession of the purchased item and conducted a drug field test. The purchased product tested positive for the presence of THC. 13. The purchased product was not from a licensed medical cannabis cultivator and therefore had not been tested by a licensed testing laboratory. 14. The purchased product failed to contain a label identifying the source of the cannabis. 15. Following the October 20, 2025 undercover operation, MPD obtained a warrant to search the licensee's premises. 16. On October 24, 2025, MPD conducted a second UC buy at the licensee's premises where the UC paid $100 for a 7-gram bag of Blue Lobster cannabis flower. Upon exiting the licensee's premises, MPD took possession of the purchased product, and the purchased product tested positive for the presence of THC. 17. Approximately 5 minutes after the second UC buy, MPD executed a search warrant at the licensee's premises. 18. The execution of the search warrant led to one arrest. 19. The execution of the search warrant led to the recovery of, for the sake of convenience, I'm not going to read all of this just because it would just take a long time, but a large quantity of cannabis products, the exact list of which can be determined by referencing the section 19 or paragraph 19 of the stipulations, including $37,866 in US currency. 20. Following the execution of the search warrant, SI Peru closed the licensee's premises under the notice of summary closure and revocation issued in this matter. 21. The licensee permitted the illegal sale and distribution of cannabis products, a controlled substance, within the licensee's premises. 22. Those cannabis products were not from a licensed medical cannabis cultivator and therefore had not been tested by a licensed testing laboratory in violation of DC Code Section 7-1671.08 G2C. 23. Those cannabis products failed to contain a label identifying the source of the cannabis in violation of DC Code Section 7-1671.08 G2D. 24. By permitting the illegal sale and distribution of cannabis products, the licensee violated its cease and desist order of December 13th, 2023 in violation of DC Code Sections 25-823A1 and 7-1671.08 G2E. 25. The licensee's above actions created an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. And 26, in addition to the case report and attached exhibits which are automatically entered into evidence under 23 DCMR section 1713.10, the licensee also admits to the admission of the October 24th, 2025 affidavit of MPD Officer Yasis Ferrafino detailing the product seized under MPD's execution of its search warrant for the premises. Those are the stipulations. And then in terms of the evidence that the parties agree constitutes the record for the district, that is the case report, that is the attached exhibits for the case report, and it is the affidavit mentioned in that last paragraph of the stipulations. And then for the licensee, those were 3 documents. One was labeled a comprehensive remediation plan, one was labeled proposed ABCA inspection compliance checklist, and then one was labeled employee policy manual. All of those documents were submitted yesterday, and the parties agreed that those documents, along with the stipulations, constitute the record.
I guess a question that I need to ask, are the parties agreeing to liability for and let me, I'm gonna, there's a 4-part question. So are the parties agreeing to liability for any charges, and if so, which ones, and do any charges remain that require a finding of fact and conclusion of law from the board?
I believe that the parties are agreed on the charges, and the only thing left is the findings of fact.
There was one question of law we require from the board, which was the charges all pertain to the establishment committing the offenses. And as Mr. Southcott admitted in the preamble when he asked to rope in the separate establishment of Dabbers Club, that is a separate establishment that Mr. Hiley here has no ownership or control or does not get remuneration from their sales. So that would be the only question of law, be the separation of the establishment, which is clearly separated by the green doors as admitted to in the stipulated facts. I think it was like number 3.
Let me see. You said number 3?
Yeah, the two establishments were separated.
I think this is appropriate for argument in terms of demonstrating whether they are or aren't separate.
Hold on, Mr. Southgate. Mr. Douglas, when you're not speaking, I need you to, when you're not speaking, I need you to mute your line. Okay, so all right, so we can have arguments then on exactly, because I think that, as you had stated earlier, Mr. Douglas, that you wanted, since your client is not the owner of this other facility, and I think Mr. Southgate, this alleged separate facility, I don't know at the moment, and Mr. Southgate had asked us to issue an order and a summary closure, and I told him that he needed to file a separate motion on that establishment. So I just think that we can, the arguments then should be whether or not this is the same facility, whether or not it's separate. So the arguments, and then what penalty, if any, the board should impose if there is such a violation. So that's fine. I'm satisfied with that. Okay. Any questions? So we can move forward, and the government can make its argument. What penalty, if any, that the board should impose for if a violation based on the facts that were presented, should are there any penalties that the board should impose on this establishment? You're missing, and I can't see you, Mr. Southgate. Are you still online? We've lost Mr. Southgate.
He's back, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Southcott.
Yes.
I can't see you, but I'm not sure what did you hear? When did we lose you?
You were ruling on what was appropriate for argument.
All right. So basically, there's some we have number 3 of the stipulation, in the sense that are these two separate facilities, and so we can have arguments on that portion of it, and if there are and so what I'm asking the parties to be specific, what penalties, if any, the board should impose on this establishment, which is Friendship Heights Convenience Store. So that's basically what the argument should then be. Okay, go ahead, Mr. All right, let me see. Let me hold on. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Give me 1 second. May it please the board. On December 13th, 2023, this board reviewed evidence which showed that the licensee was illegally offering various cannabis products for sale. The board noted that under DC Code Section 25-822A2, it is a revocable offense for a licensee to knowingly permit in the licensed establishment the illegal sale of any controlled substance, and that cannabis products are a controlled substance. As such, on that date, the board had the authority to revoke Friendship Heights' license on those facts alone. Yet instead, this board chose lenience and gave Friendship Heights a second chance when it issued a cease and desist order. That order required the licensee to cease the sale, possession, and distribution of all cannabis and hemp-derived products. But the licensee violated that order, and so revocation now is appropriate. Here is what the record shows. The record demonstrates that in the stipulated facts that Friendship Heights Convenience Store permitted an unlicensed cannabis retailer, Dabbers Club, to use an area to sell of the establishment to sell unlicensed cannabis products. There were 2 undercover buys which occurred. In both of those instances, the only way to access the additional area was by walking through the licensed establishment. The facts also show that the employee of the licensee instructed the individual who was conducting the UC buy to go to the back of the establishment to pick up their purchase, to pick up their illegal product. As a result of that, the licensee violated its cease and desist order, and it violated the provisions of the DC Code that prevent establishments from unlicensed establishments from operating and justify summary suspension and closure where the unlicensed establishment distributes or attempts to distribute cannabis products that have been untested by a testing laboratory or products that have not been labeled in accordance with the requirements of the DC Code. The facts are that the fact that there was a prior cease and desist order should have meant that Friendship Heights was already being vigilant about the possibility of illegal cannabis sales, and that they should have already been taking the steps that they're now promising through their remediation plan. Now, I understand that the board wants to hear some argument about whether there are separate establishments. Well, the stipulations demonstrate that they're not actually separate establishments, they're the same establishment. Based on the stipulations, it's clear that the individual wasn't accessing the unlicensed portion or the additional area via anything other than a door that was already inside the establishment. Additionally, if you look at the establishment's remediation plan, one of the things that they talk about is the fact that they are cleaning up and removing any presence of the unlicensed establishment from their premises, which means that they have control over those premises, and therefore that they were aware of the fact that District Cure was operating in them. The fact that District Cure maybe didn't kick back any portion of their sales to the licensee doesn't mean that the licensee didn't permit illegal cannabis sales to occur within their premises. And furthermore, it's not the case of 2 separate establishments based on this court's, or rather based on this board's prior record. So in the District Cure summary closure matter, this board declined to uphold the summary suspension of a licensed cannabis establishment where the establishment was a licensed establishment was operating on the first floor and there was an unlicensed cannabis establishment on the second floor. There were 2 separate entrances there. And the board also found it meaningful, not just that there were separate entrances, but that there were separate leases for the area where the unlicensed cannabis activity took place. But the stipulations make clear that Dabbers Club was operating inside the licensee's premises. There is no evidence to suggest that there was a separate lease that Dabbers Club had entered into with some separate landlord who demonstrated that these premises were anything other than separate. And there was no separate entrance where patrons could access the additional area without first going through the main area. The only way for customers to purchase illegal cannabis products was by walking through the licensee's front door, and customers remained on the licensee's premises for the entirety of the transaction. Furthermore, this is not the case of just one rogue employee who was working in concert with the licensed establishments. Again, the stipulations in the establishment's own remediation plan both state that the licensee permitted Dabbers Club to use the additional area of the licensee's premises to sell unlicensed products. So by the licensee's own admission, they allowed unlicensed cannabis activity to occur on their premises, which they have full control over. As a result, the board or the district believes that revocation is appropriate under the code provisions regarding the lack of testing under DC Code 7-1671.08 G2C, under the lack of labeling under GC Code 7-1671.08 G2D, under the provisions related to the violation of a cease and desist order, which is DC Code 7-1671.08 G2E, and furthermore under DC Code 25-12 822A2, a code provision entitled Mandatory Revocation, where the licensee is knowingly permitted in the licensed establishment the illegal sale of any controlled substance. There was the illegal sale here. The establishment admits to it. The only defense that they have is that they're saying that this was a separate establishment for which they receive no profits. But that establishment was operating inside the licensee's premises. Now, I understand that the establishment has put forward a remediation plan. That remediation plan has some decent measures in it, but it comes a day late and $1 short. The fact is that the establishment already had a second chance. When this board decided to only issue a cease and desist order, they gave Friendship Heights Convenience Store the opportunity to remedy their past errors. And with that, Friendship Heights instead engaged in the exact same behavior that led to the cease and desist order in the first place. It was a revocable offense back in December of 2023 when Friendship Heights first engaged in this activity, and it's certainly a revocable offense now when they've already had a cease and desist order issued to them for this exact same conduct. For these reasons, the district believes that revocation is appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. So the original cease and desist was concerning marijuana and paraphernalia sales. The marijuana was in excess of 3% THC, as memory serves. That was concluded when all the paraphernalia and Delta 8 et al. Was removed from the store, and OIC was entered into on or about March 15th, 2024. And that OIC was primarily concerning the store moving from one side of the building to the other side of the same building. Since then, the Friendship Heights Convenience Store has not sold paraphernalia, marijuana, or breached their offering compromise. As admitted and stipulated to, the Friendship Heights Convenience Store did permit another establishment, the Dabbers Club, to operate in a separate part of the business. Pursuant to the Marisa Nichelle Goodman arrest record, which said that while clearing out the store, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs down. While clearing out the store, Investor Dameron observed 2 individuals fleeing out of the rear door, one guy dressed in gray clothing. This establishes that there were separate entrances available. Also, as established, the board has a broad discretion to issue fines or place restrictions on the licenses. Legacy DC, Bouquet Labs DC, Sabea Shop, and DC Shenanigans have all had multiple offers and compromise. 7th and L Liquors has had compromises going back to 2014 that I could find. So I don't see anything other than a mistake by somebody who's tried their best. Sorry. Oh, please. Thank you. Sorry, like I said, we're at my personal residence. My office manager is loud. So he never, Friendship Heights Convenience never sold drugs to anybody. They never received money from the undercover officer. And as Southcott admitted, and when this all opened, Dabbers is a separate establishment. Functionally, Friendship Heights Convenience was subleasing and requests to be treated as such. Thank you.
Okay, is that it? Is that it? The record is now closed. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25CC00027, Friendship Heights Convenience Store, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act and deliberating upon case number 25CC 00027 Friendship Heights Convenience Store for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows. Mr. Meadows? I can't hear you, Mr. Meadows. So, Mr. Meadows, you give me a
Mr. Jones,
thumbs up.
I agree.
Mr. Jones, hold on a minute,
Mr.
please.
Meadows, I agree. I apologize.
All right.
It would not expand my screen. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Jones has agreed, and Mr. Anderson has agreed. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The board will make a determination within the statutory the statutory timeline. So the timeline should be very shortly. So we'll issue a decision. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Okay, so we're now done with our we've now had all the cases for the morning session. So let me do our agenda items. So let me do our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, is a review of a letter from Bouquet Labs, LLC. This is an FYI for the board. Number 2, review of a motion to stay off license consideration. This is in for clinical health and wellness. This is in case number 24 ULC 00073. The license number is 130766. I make a motion that the board continue this matter through November 19th to give the other side an opportunity to respond. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of notice of second emergency rulemaking on patient registration cards. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, alcohol. The first matter on the legal agenda, alcohol, is review of an amendment to second settlement agreement dated October 13th, 2025 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and APAYO, license number 094795. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of precipice for dismissal. This is in case number 25 CMP 00059, the Jerk Pit, license number 129491. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda alcohol addendum. The first matter on our legal agenda alcohol addendum is there's an offering compromise in case number 25 CMP 00043. It's soundbar license number 122864. And the offering compromise is as follows. Charge 1, offered adult entertainment without board approval, statutory authority DC Code Section 25-762A and B10. There's a $4,000 fine to be paid within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failed to keep books and records for the last 3 years of alcohol sales on site. Statutory authority 23 DCMR Section 1208. There's a fine of $4,000 to be paid within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones and Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offering compromise. This is case number 25 CMP 00036. The Mayflower Club / Zebedee's Garden Selva Restaurant, license number 116450. The offering compromise is as follows. Charge 1, exceeded occupancy and use of interior space not previously used, statutory authority. 25-762A and B1. There is a warning and submission of a new certificate of occupancy within 90 days. I make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now do our licensing agenda. There are 2 matters on the licensing agenda. I'm going to review all 2, then I'll make a motion that the ABC board approves the recommendations made by the chair. Number 1, review application for change of hours on Sundays. This is for Blues Alley Jazz, license number 076966, recommendation approval. Number 2, review request for a nonprofit corporation auction permit for an auction fundraising event featuring alcoholic beverage donations to be held 8:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. on December 15th at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. This is from the Carroll Art Society of Washington. The license number is 25SC 01240, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board votes to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the licensing agenda, alcohol license agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. On this supplemental agenda, there are 3 matters. I will review the 3 matters, make a recommendation, and then I'll ask that the ABC board vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening this week. This is for Rebel Taco, license number 119836. The recommendation is for approval with placarding for the previous renewal. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Mid-City Mid-Cities Beer, Wine, Spirits, and More, license number 118072, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. And number 3, review application for a class change from Retailer C Restaurant to Retailer C Tavern. This is for Bami's, license number 128057, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board votes to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda, Class B licenses. Alcohol. There are 6 licensees on this agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Lobby Mart license number 060734. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment. The Cupboard license number 086607. The licensee did not pay the third-year annual payment. Number 3, 7 Days Market license number 109916. Licensee did not pay the third-year annual payment. Number 4, the Natural Wine Shop LLC license number 114571. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment. Foxtrot license number 115514. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment. Hellbender Brewing Company, license number 121020. The licensee did not pay the third-year payment. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board vote to cancel the vote to approve the cancellation agenda for the Class B license that was just read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're now at the cancellation agenda. On the cancellation agenda, there are also 6 licensees. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Sprig and Sprout, license number 089362, safekeeping licensee did not pay the safekeeping fee. Amazon Retail LLC, license number 119579, the licensee requests cancellation. Amazon Retail LLC, license number 119356, the licensee requests cancellation. Uncle Chips, licensee 096522, licensee requests cancellation. Urban Grape, license number 125589, licensee requests cancellation. Charbola, CHICOBA, license number 108755, the licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board vote to cancel the licenses for the establishments that on the cancellation agenda that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the we're now at the cease and desist agenda, Class C and D licenses. On this agenda, there are 55 establishments. I therefore make a motion, so therefore, without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board votes to issue cease and desist orders for the 55 establishments that are listed on the cease and desist agenda Class C and D licenses for November 5th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant seconds the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so we're going to do the board's temporary, one-day, and substantial change agenda. On this agenda, there are 21 applications. I will review all the applications in the record, and I'll make recommendations, and at the end, I will make a motion that ABC board vote to approve the recommendations that's put forth by the chair for the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. Number one, Henry Wakei, Wakeya. This is a one-day license Class F social mixer. Excuse me, this is November 23rd. The license number is 13447, 50 attendees, one security guard, recommendation approval. Number two, a request from Haley Samuel Jabus, Jajubos, for one-day license Class F memorial service. This is November 23rd. The license number is 134414. 100 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Kalia Nipon, Nyepon, for one-day license Class F, Speech Language Pathologist Conference, November 22nd. The license number is 134411. 100 attendees, 1 security guard approval. Number 4, request from Michelle Gleaton, a one-day license Class F museum event. This is November 5th. The license number is 134451. 50 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 5, Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F concert live music performance. This is November 7th and November 8th. The license number is 134423. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 6, another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, concert live music performance. This is November 10th. The license number is 134424. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 7, another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, concert live music performance. November 13th, the license number is 134425. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 8, another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, concert live music performance. November 15th and November 16th, the license number is 134426. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 9, a request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, concert live music performance, November 19th and November 20th. The license number is 134427. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 10, Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, concert live music performance, November 30th. The license number is 134429. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 11, Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, podcast live, November 6th. License number is 134455. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 12, Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, podcast, November 12th and November 13th. The license number is 134456. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 13, Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, podcast, November 15th, November 16th. License number is 134458. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 14, Lana L. Zine, one-day license Class F, podcast, November 22nd, license number is 134459, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 15, Lana Elzine, one-day license class G. Concert live music performance, November 22nd. The license number is 134428, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 16, Robert L. Minor, wedding, November 22nd. The license number is 134420. 70 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 17, Berhe, Berhe, Tess Michael, one-day license class G, party with DJ, November 8th. The license number is 134454. 55 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommended approval. Number 18, Aliyah Hill, wedding, November 8th. License number is 134452. 70 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 19, Republic Restoratives, one-day substantial change, Eastern Market Festival. Substantial change, request to use the license off premises at 7th Street Southeast. This is November 28th, November 29th. The license number 101343. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01243. Recommendation approval. Number 20, Berry Brothers and Rudd, one-day substantial change, tasting. Substantial change, request to offer tasting. November 11th. The license number is 131402. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01248. Recommendation approval. Number 21, Stonies LLC, Stonies, one-day substantial change. Football game, nature of substantial change, seeking to open 8 a.m. to watch a game. This is November 16th. The license number is 075613. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01253. Approval. And number 22, the Heights Group LLC. This is a pub crawl. This is for the Navy Yard Holiday Bar Fest, December 13th. The license number is 000. Let me start over. The license number is 000008. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00039. Recommendation for approval for 2,000 participants. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the one-day substantial change and temporary one-day substantial change docket and the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. Let's now do the alcohol license administrative agenda. On the alcohol license administrative agenda, there are 13 applications, and so without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board vote to approve the alcohol licensing administrative agenda as published for December 5th, 2023. I'm sorry, as published for November 5th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. All right. All right, so let's do the medical cannabis licensing supplemental agenda. There are two matters on this agenda. The first one is review a standard application for a new conditional license. This is for Hill House Dispensary. License number 134159, recommendation approval. And number 2, review of social equity application for new retailer. This is for Apple Dreams Dispensary. License number 127982, recommendation approval. Recommendation placard. I therefore make a motion the ABC board vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing supplemental agenda. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Give me. I'm sorry. All right. There is a mistake on the agenda that was published. The agenda that I just read, at least the document, the copy that I read, it's entitled medical. It's entitled. It's a medical cannabis licensing supplemental agenda. That's what the document that I have reads. However, that agenda should have read medical cannabis licensing agenda, but there might have been a mistake on the document that was published, but the agenda that I just read should have read. So I'm clarifying for the record that was a medical cannabis licensing agenda. So now I'm reading the medical cannabis supplemental agenda. And the medical cannabis licensing supplemental agenda, there's one agenda item on this matter, and it's the review a letter from attorney Andrew J. Klein regarding social equity application for a new retail license with delivery, educational, tasting, safe use treatment facility and summer garden endorsement. And this is regarding District Wellness Center, license number 127952. And the recommendation for this one is placard. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board votes to placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next agenda is that it's the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. On this docket, there's one application, and which it's the trade name is H3. The license number is 129096. It's a medical cannabis license with delivery endorsement, education, tasting endorsement, new application, social equity application. The recommendation for this one is that we have a fact finding. I make a motion that we schedule a fact finding for this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I want to make sure I've done all of the. Well, I believe I've now covered all the agendas. Yes. All right. All right. So I've now concluded all the agendas. Let me ask the board members before. It is 1:14, and I know that we need to take a break. How much time do you require? 15 minutes, half an hour?
20 minutes, please.
Is that the consensus of the board?
I can do
That's fine.
20 minutes.
All right, so it is 1:15. So I will ask the board members to return to, we're not going to go to an executive session now. So I'll ask board members to return to executive session at 1:35. So the board members will return to executive session at 1:35, and we will come back to the public hearing at 1:50. So we'll do our public hearing at 1:50. So executive session at 1:35 and a public hearing at 1:50. Thank you for your patience and understanding, and I'll see you then. We're in recess. I'll see you, the board, in executive session at 1:35. Thank you, and the public at 1:50. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. Currently, we're joined by three other board members: Mr. Silas Grant, Mr. David Meadows, Mr. Ryan Jones, and board member Terry Janine Quinn. I said four members. She will join. She'll be on camera shortly. So let me go quickly through our calendar for the afternoon. The first matter that's on our calendar is case number 25-251-00012, 12 after 12. This hearing has been rescheduled to January 28th at 10:30 a.m. The next case that's on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00026. The Point Fish House, The Point, license number 111655. This case has been rescheduled to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00025, Nando's Peri Peri, license number 97889. This case has been canceled. A settlement agreement has been provided to the boards for its review and approval. And the next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00038, Ambar, license number 90240. This case has been rescheduled to a date to be determined. So the only case then that we have on our calendar this afternoon is a protest hearing, case number 25 PRO 00079. And this is for a substantial change. So good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Good afternoon. Wendell Robinson, your access has been elevated. Frank Chauvin, access elevated. Matt Fay, access elevated. Abebe Bekele, access elevated. Dwayne Bales, access elevated. Carrie Verdi, access elevated. Paul Marin, access elevated. Investigator Tavero Prout, access elevated. And Mengus Zemekil, access elevated. That appears to be alternate.
Thank you. Hold on, let's see, hold on. Give me a minute, please.
Testing, is my mic working?
Yes, whoever is speaking, yes, your mic is working. Oh, Mr. Chauvin, I can see you. And we don't have to. All right, wonderful. All right, just hold on a minute, please. All right. So let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. So let's start with you, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Mr. Members of the board. My name is Wendell Robinson. I represent the Unity Lounge, also known as FD-LL, LLC, trading as Unity Lounge, the owner of which is Mr. Abebe Bekele. He's also with me in my law office.
So let me have the licensee introduce himself for the record and also spell his name for the record, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Abebe Bekale, Abebe, last name Bekele. I'm the owner of Unity Lounge, 1936 Main Street, Northwest DC.
Okay. So let me have who is the representative of the who's bringing this protest today? I know that there's the ANC and I know that the WNA. So are you representing the parties, Ms. Verdi?
I am Chairman Donovan. Good afternoon.
Okay, please.
Chairman Henderson, yes, but I'm representing both ANC 1B and WNA here today, and we have 4 witnesses that
yeah, please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am.
My name is Kerry Verdi, Kerry, last name Verdi, V as in Victor, ERDI, with the law firm of Verdi and Ogletree.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so this is a protest hearing on a substantial change. And so the substantial change, I think the substantial change is request a change of hours of operation and live indoor entertainment. And I think the current hours are Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Current hours of live entertainment, it's Sunday through Thursday, 6 to 2, Friday and Saturday, 10 to 3. And so the proposed hours, they're asking for proposed hours to change from 11 a.m. to 6 a.m. and proposed hours of live entertainment is Sunday through Thursday, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Is that correct? That's what's being proposed?
That is correct.
That's yeah. And so the protestants' position is that they are against. I'm asking what is the position of the protestant regarding the extension of hours? I guess we're asking from 4. I guess they want to change the hours from Sunday through Thursday to. Yeah, what's the protestant's position? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. The protestants' position is that there should be no change in the hours of operations. They are not protesting the entire license, but what they are protesting is the expansion of hours to 6 a.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, okay. All right, so the way the hearing operates is that the board will call a witness. The board's witness will go through his case report. The board will ask questions of the investigator. Once the board has asked questions of the investigator, then we will have then the applicant can ask questions of the investigator, and then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. And I think before Mr. Robinson, how many witnesses do you have?
2 witnesses, sir.
You have 2 witnesses, and the protestants have 4 witnesses.
Yes.
And I do not believe that we will conclude this hearing today, unfortunately.
Mr.
So,
Chairman, can I just ask one technical matter?
yes, sir.
One witness I have is a CPA, and I had 3 exhibits, which are documents he prepared. Would the board be inclined to allow the documents to be admitted without me laying the foundation with his testimony, or would the board want to hear his testimony?
I mean, in order for us to move documents and evidence, there has to be some we need to have some testimony. I don't know what the documents are, so if he prepares the documents, then he needs to testify, and then you can move those documents and evidence. Or if the protestants don't have an issue, then without objection, we can move the documents evidence, but therefore the board would have to go and read the documents to see what they say. So
my question would be to Mr. Chairman, to the protestants, if they would agree to admit the 3 exhibits that we presented on October 21st. And if that's so, then I would not have to have my seat here. But he's available. Mr. Zimikiel is available.
Ms. Verdi.
Yes, if I may, if we can address that at the start of their case, I'll just send a quick message to my client, my recommendation on that, and if it'll move, and then I can, at the start of his case, could give an answer if that works.
Okay, because I've not seen the documents, so I don't know. So basically what we will do, Mr. Robinson, is that we're going to have the board will present its version, its case, and once the board presents its case, I mean by going through the case report, and then we will see where we are at that juncture. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So basically, we'll start off by the applicant will give an opening statement. The protestant can either give an opening statement at this juncture, or they can reserve until they present their case. Once that's done, then the board will call its witness. Again, as I stated, the board members will have an opportunity to question the witness regarding his report, and then the applicant will have questions can ask questions of the investigator. The protestant will also have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator, and then we will then the applicant will present its case. So it's unlikely, Ms. Verdi, that you will be able to present your case today. I mean, because it's 2:00. It's unlikely that, depending where we are, I'll let you know once the applicant has presented its case in chief, where we are in scheduling. Okay.
Okay, can I just ask, just so I have a sense of how long my case will take, what time the board needs to end today?
We need to end at 5:30 today. So that's we need to end the hearing by, if it appears that, say for example, we're at 5:30 and there's like one other witness, we can do that. But I want everyone to shoot that we want to end by 5:30, and so let's see how much we can get done. And if by that time, if we're only talking about short witnesses, and then we can extend that time. But 5:30 is the time that we will end. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Robinson, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, members of the board, Madam Protestants. My client is seeking an extension of the hours of operation because one of the businesses on the 9th Street corridor there has extended businesses beyond 3:00 to 6:00. As a result of that, my client has experienced an adverse impact on sales because his customers who frequent his facility and has been frequenting his facility for a while are now inclined to either forestall going to his place because it ends early, to go to another facility, Cloud 9, that's open till 6:00 and sells alcohol after the hours that it's supposed to be doing that.
Oh, hold on, mister. All right, hold on. I'm sorry to cut you, sir.
That's quite all right.
No one can sell legally alcohol in the District of Columbia past 4 a.m. Even if they have extended hours, even if they have extended hours was approved. So we're talking about 4 a.m. So if some other establishment is selling alcohol at 5 a.m. or past 4 a.m., it can't be that, well, because some other places selling alcohol past 4 a.m., I want to be competitive. I also want an opportunity to sell alcohol past 4 a.m. So I just want to let you know that no establishment within the District of Columbia can legally serve alcohol past 4 a.m. So if you're asking in this hearing for us to approve a substantial change to allow you to, I guess, and maybe I don't know I'm not sure why is it that this was not clearly established when we had the protest hearing status. You're asking for proposed hours of operation is from 11 to 6.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I understand that. Would you just allow me? I would address that issue.
No, but
my client is not asking for an extension of time to sell alcohol. I'm bringing to the board's attention that his customers who have come to him have now chosen to go to another business, as I indicated, that is illegally selling alcohol.
I know, sir, but that's not
I will
relevant.
finish my point.
Hold on, but this is what I'm trying to say to you, Mr. Robinson. I apologize. What I'm saying to you, sir, it is not relevant that there is another establishment it's illegally operating past 4 a.m. because that cannot be a justification for the board to approve a change because someone else is doing something illegally, which is beyond the legal hours. That's all I'm saying. So you can't preface your opening to say my client needs to get these extended hours because my neighbor is illegally operating past a certain hour, so therefore I need to operate past a certain hour, which is not legal. That's all I'm saying. So that's all I just wanted, and that's why I'm looking at the I just so in order for me to listen to your arguments, for me to be clear, what is it that your client is asking for? That's the only reason why, sir, I'm breaking it. I don't break in when folks are doing their opening statements. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing correctly what it is that your client is asking for.
I haven't.
Okay, so go ahead. All right. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Once again, my client has sustained a loss of income and a loss of business as a result of his customers leaving his facility to go to another facility that is violating the law in terms of selling. My client has gone to ABRA on a number of occasions complaining about this particular facility selling alcohol illegally in the District of Columbia. He's not seeking an extension of time to sell alcohol beyond 4 o'clock, but his customers would stay with him until that time, and they have been there before consuming other than alcoholic beverages. But customers that leave there believe that they can get alcohol beverages beyond the 4 o'clock deadline, and therefore they go to that facility. Now, our position is my client wants to have the opportunity to tell his clients that they're open until 6 o'clock, but they will not sell alcohol beyond 4 o'clock. But he has other beverages, non alcoholic beverages, that he sells and he has been selling for a long time. It's that the perception is that another business is selling alcohol, and my client has made complaints numerous times. I think a number of the protestants know about this, which nothing has been done. He's only seeking an extension of time so that his customers can say, well, we can stay here longer too. We just can't eat any alcohol till after 4. I have a witness, and we'll have to show that with respect to whenever we started making some documentations of this on our Exhibit 3, for the month of August, July, my client's sales reduced by $5,747. For the month of August, the reduction in his sales was $76,424. So our point is, we want an extension of hours, not for the purpose of selling alcohol, but for the sole purpose of telling his clients, you don't need to go someplace else, you can stay here, but you can't get alcohol beyond 4 o'clock, but I have non-alcoholic beverages and food and hokum until. So therefore, that is the incentive that would defeat his client's desire to go to another place because they can get other things there. So my client can sell food, hokum until 6 a.m., non-alcoholic beverages, not beyond 4. So that is what we're requesting here. Thank you.
Ms. Verdi, you wish to make an opening?
I would like to make my opening now. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm going to start by saying, as I did at the beginning, that both the ANC 1B and WNA are here today, not to protest whether Unity should have a license at all, but whether Unity should be allowed to expand its hours of operation from 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday to 6 a.m. every single day of the week. And Chairman Anderson, you've already focused on the issue here. Their cited reason in their PIF and in what their witnesses intend to testify about is that Cloud Lounge is currently selling alcohol beyond its hours of operation. Now, my understanding is that Cloud Lounge is only able to sell until 4 in special occasions, but its license allows them to sell alcohol until 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. And the board is familiar with Cloud Lounge's after-hour sales of alcohol because an ABCA investigator filed a detailed report on July 27th documenting the illegal sale of alcohol to patrons after hours. And this was just settled by the board on October 8th by accepting an offer in compromise submitted by the Office of the DC Attorney General. Now, while an offer in compromise should have addressed this issue, we are prepared today to present evidence that even after the offer in compromise, Cloud Lounge is continuing to sell alcohol after hours by hiding their liquor underneath the bar and continuing to sell in the exact same manner that they did when ABCA's investigator first investigated. At the end of the day, this substantial change is ill-founded. What he should be doing is protesting Cloud's hours when their license is up for renewal. I also want to hit on their reduction in sales. They say that for August and September of 2025, they are losing sales. They're losing customers to Cloud Lounge. Number one, we are prepared to present evidence that just last weekend, there was a line outside of Unity and they were turned away at last call at Unity because it was full and they said, sorry, you can't get in. So that shows that they're not losing customers. There were people that could not even get in the door. Also, the documents that they want to put into evidence show that they made more money every single month this year until August and September as compared to last year. Certainly, August and September, the evidence will show. This year, we had the National Guard come in August, all bars and restaurants. There were substantial decreases in sales in DC in those months. We had the government shutdown. We had a substantial number of layoffs. And they have not provided any evidence to show that somehow Cloud Lounge's sales went up at this time. And at the end of the day, we're asking ABCA to put a stop to attempts to turn the 1900 block of 9th Street into an all-night nightclub zone. I mean, this cannot be stressed enough. As this board knows, I was the attorney for the WNA for the moratorium zone. as the evidence show, Cloud Lounge and Unity Lounge are both within the North Shore moratorium zone. And ABCA, in its proposed rulemaking for that moratorium zone, specifically found that the moratorium restrictions would help to ensure that new establishments are focused primarily on eating and drinking, which haven't been shown to relate to the problems identified by the petitioner and the supporters of the moratorium zone. And I'm going to quote up here. They said, additionally, many restaurants and taverns generally close earlier than nightclubs. So allowing this applicant to expand its hours to 6 a.m. defeats the purpose of the moratorium zone and would have the practical effect of essentially licensing a new establishment to be open from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, or 2 a.m. to from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays, which would then increase the already identified overconcentration in this neighborhood and further negatively impact the peace, order, and quiet. Specifically, on behalf of the petitioners, we will be presenting evidence that demonstrates, one, that the ANC is taking this same position with respect to all establishments seeking to expand hours to 6 a.m., and that should be afforded great weight before ABCA. Two, we'll have evidence of ABCA's inability to monitor establishments with these expanded hours, given the hours that ABCA's investigators work. Three, we will present evidence on the effect of Unity on the peace, order, and quiet of the community, even with its current hours, including long waiting lines, loitering and drug sales at the front of the premises, and noise from open doors and speakers. We'll present evidence on the WNA's efforts to create the moratorium zone and the effect of the expansion of hours would have on this neighborhood. We also have an investigator prepared to testify about Cloud Lounge's continuing violations of its license, about people being turned away from entering Unity at last call as recently as last weekend. And finally, we'll present evidence on the hours that the MPD Nightlife Squad operates, which will further demonstrate that all night clubs cannot properly be monitored in the District of Columbia. At the conclusion of our hearing, we are confident that the protestants will have demonstrated that the substantial change requested by the applicants will have a detrimental effect on the peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood and would further increase the concentration of bars and nightclubs in the already over-concentrated moratorium zone. For that reason, the protestants are requesting today that you respectfully deny the request for the substantial change and limit the applicant's operating hours to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday through Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. If you're not speaking, I need everyone's line to be muted. All right, the board will call its first witness, Mr. Tavil Prout.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Applicant Investigator Savile Prout. How are you this afternoon?
I'm well, thank you. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Excuse me, but the truth.
Yes, I do,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Prout, where are you currently employed?
Currently employed with the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Administration for the District of Columbia.
And how long have you been employed with this agency, sir?
January 2026 will be 6 years.
And what are your duties and responsibility?
My role as a ABCA investigator is to perform regulatory inspections at alcohol serving establishments, as well as perform special investigations at alcohol serving establishments across the District of Columbia, starting through Thursdays from 7:30 p.m. to 4 o'clock in the morning.
Are you familiar with this establishment Unity?
Yes, I was assigned the protest in mid-October of 2025.
Um, did you draft a case report on this establishment, sir?
Yes, I
All
have
right.
permission to share my screen in order to
Yeah,
share the report.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Prout to share his screen?
Access granted.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. All right, can everybody see my screen?
All right, yes, sir. So can you please identify the document that's on the screen, please, sir?
Yes, sir. So this is the protest report that was drafted and submitted on October 28th for the licensee known as Unity Trading as FD LLC, located at 1936 9th Street Northwest. The assigned protest case number is 25-PRO-00079.
All right, sir. So, what's the protest issue?
The protest issues that were spelled out in by the protestants known as A and C 1B, as well as the Westminster Neighborhood Association, was adverse impact on the peace order inquired of the community for the substantial change of the establishment, expanding their operating hours and entertainment hours on their ABCA license.
Now, let me ask you a question. Let me see. Hold on before. Do you have the placard notice as one of your exhibits?
Placard notice?
Yeah, can you, let's go to exhibit 27, please. And so can you tell us what is it that the applicant is requesting?
Boys indulge as well. I get to that exhibit. So the notice states that the license is requesting a substantial change of the license in reference to request for change of hours of operation and live indoor entertainment. The current hours of operation in alcohol beverage sales, service, and consumption are from Sunday through Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 2 o'clock a.m. and as well as Friday and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. The current hours of live indoor entertainment at the establishment is from Sunday through Thursdays from 6 p.m. to 2 o'clock a.m., as well as Friday and Saturdays from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. The proposed hours of operation would be from Sunday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 6 a.m., as well as proposed hours of live indoor entertainment to be changed to Sunday through Thursdays from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and on Fridays and Saturdays from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. All right. Hold on, please. All right. You can go back to the beginning of your report. Let me see where I am. Hold on.
Boards indulge while I go to the second page.
All right. Did you get a chance to speak to the protestants?
So I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Matthew Fay. A email was sent out requesting a formal statement from the protestants, as well as a phone call was conducted. I was able to receive a formal letter from the protestants, but it was after the report was submitted. I do have that document if the board would like for me to provide that as a additional piece of evidence for review to coincide with my corresponding case.
But it's not in your. It's there is no contact with the protestants. That's not included in your report. Is that correct?
So there was a email that was drafted. However, it was not responded to by the protestant with a formal statement until after the report was drafted and submitted on October 28th, and that document was received on October 29th.
All right, okay. So tell me about the neighborhood that that this establishment is located in.
So the establishment is located on the 1900 block of 9th Street, which has upwards of about 15 to about 20 other alcohol serving establishments on the actual block itself. There are a variety of retail A stores, um, class C and D restaurants that are in the area, as well as taverns and lounges that may operate as nightclubs as well, Mr. Chair.
All right, so within your report you have listed how many licensees do we have within 1,200 feet of this
So there
establishment?
is within a 1,200 foot radius, Mr. Chair, there is approximately 70 establishments that are within the 1,200, sorry, which is within a 1,200 foot square foot radius of Unity Lounge located at 1936 9th Street Northwest. There are 52 that have entertainment endorsements, as well as 5 establishments that have extended operation hours.
So what are the 5 establishments that have extended hours, and what are those hours?
Okay. So Slice and Brewed
Okay,
has
so it said Slice.
Slice and Brewed located at 1915 9th Street
And so
has
what are their hours?
operation hours. Boards indulgence. I believe that their hours are until 6 a.m. for them to be able to operate, Mr. Chair.
You believe, or are you sure?
So I don't have their license readily in front of me at this time, and my Acela password has actually lapsed, so I'm not able to go into our database to be able to exactly pull up what their license actually is at this current time. But based on me doing the previous research for this report, I do remember that Slice and Brood had operating hours until 6 a.m.
So what does that mean, that they have operating hours until 6 a.m.?
So operating mean that they're able to operate. Slice and Brood has not been operating for several months, so I really don't know what that actually will actually look like, because they have not been operating for several months.
All right, so what other establishment then that you said there's about 5 that had extended hours?
Yes.
So what's the
So
other, what are the remaining?
Boards indulgence. So Cloud Lounge is the second one that was previously referenced by the licensee as well as the protestants. They are able to operate until 6 a.m., Mr. Chair.
So what does that mean, that they're able to operate until 6 a.m.?
So what that looks like for Cloud is that there is hookah service that is offered inside the establishment, as well as there is offering of live entertainment, which would be a DJ that is offered inside of the establishment, Mr. Chair.
So no, but you're saying, so what is it that they can do until 6 a.m.? Can they
So
serve
they can,
alcohol? Tell me what is it specific you're saying that they have? Specifically, what can they do? Or let me ask you a question. Let me rephrase the question. What time are they licensed to sell alcohol? Till what time does their alcohol service end?
so their alcohol service is supposed to end Sunday through Thursdays at 2 a.m. and on Fridays and Saturdays at 3 a.m. With holiday extension, they are able to operate until 4 a.m.
So you're saying that their current hours of operation is it's from Sunday through Thursday. They can sell alcohol until 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday they can sell alcohol till 3 a.m. And you said for holidays
Holiday extension
and they can sell alcohol to what time?
until 4 a.m.
Until 4 a.m. So, but you stated that their hours of operation are is till 6 a.m. So what happens then within say Sunday through Thursday? So what happens between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. when since they're still operating?
So
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
So the services that are supposed to be offered by the establishment is supposed to be hookah service, where patrons are able to smoke hookah inside of the establishment, as well as live entertainment, i.e., a disc jockey is able to play music in the establishment until 6 a.m., as well as there can be a food service component as well.
But can they sell alcohol until 6 a.m.?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So what other establishment? What's the other establishment? And before what's the relation? How far is Cloud Restaurant and Lounge to Unity?
Cloud is directly across the street from Unity Lounge, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So what you said that I think you said there are 5 establishments with
Yes, sir.
extended hours. What's the next one?
Yes. The next one is 930 Club, which operates as a concert hall slash venue. They are a CX, which is a multi-purpose. So that's where a variety of performers are able to actually perform at the 930 Club.
So what are their hours of operation? Or I'm sorry, what are their license hours of operation?
So they can operate until 6.
How far is this from
That is
Unity?
about two blocks up from the establishment. They are located at 815 V Street Northwest. So going northbound towards Howard University, it's about a block and a half away from Unity Lounge, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So what's the other establishment?
The other establishment is Amsterdam Lounge, which is located at 1208 U Street Northwest.
And so you said their hours. What type of establishment is this? What type of license do they have?
So they have a tavern license. Currently, Ben's is actually in that space right now. So they are actually not currently operating as Amsterdam Lounge. Is actually Ben's is actually using their actual license at that location temporarily. And therefore
Ben's what? What's Ben's?
Chili Bowl. So they're having construction done and in their original space across the street. So they have actually temporarily migrated to Amsterdam Lounge and they're operating inside of that space currently. So in theory, Amsterdam is not operating at this current juncture because Ben's is operating in that space temporarily, and that has been going on since I want to say mid-September.
So does Ben's have a alcohol license?
I don't believe Ben's has an alcohol license, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
All right. So
And then the last establishment, Mr. Chair, is Flash, located at 645 Florida Avenue Northwest.
and what are their hours?
They're able to operate until their hours are actually 24 hours.
And what type of establishment is this?
Flash is a tavern.
And how far is this from from Unity Lounge?
Flash is about maybe about 3 blocks, 3 blocks away from Unity. It's on the 600 block of Florida Avenue.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't ask this question before. What type of license does Unity have?
Unity has a tavern license.
Okay, it's the CT. Okay. Um, did you have an opportunity to visit the establishment?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you visit the establishment?
So I was able to visit the establishment. I monitored the establishment, Mr. Chair, approximately 3 times. I did go into the establishment to take overall pictures of the inside of the establishment as well as outside of the establishment on October 27th.
So can you share that with us, sir?
Yes.
No.
For his indulgence. So this is the outside of
what exhibit here?
This is exhibit number 10.
So, and if you're going to go through exhibits, I need you to identify them for the record, please. Okay. Okay.
So exhibit number 10 is the front of Unity Lounge, located at 1936 9th Street Northwest. Exhibit number 11 is the establishment that is on the right side of Unity Lounge, known as 1934 Bar and Hookah Lounge.
And why was this relevant to give us a picture of this establishment?
So what I normally do is that for any protest that I've done, I've always reference what is neighboring to the establishment, whether it's residences, whether it's a commercial business, whether it's a mixed use business. I've always referenced what is going on next to the establishment, just so that the board can be aware of what is transpiring.
Okay. Okay, that's
on
fine.
both sides.
Okay, what's next?
Exhibit number 12 is a hookah. It's a commercial spot that sells hookah and or tobacco products. And so Miss Verdi had referenced earlier, there being a line outside of Unity Lounge, as well as there being foot traffic outside of the establishment. I did notice while monitoring well after the establishment closed, there's still a lot of foot traffic because this establishment has extended hours where people are able to where people are known and or prone to loiter outside of this establishment, as well as go in and purchase a variety of tobacco sales as well.
So does exhibit 12, is this an ABCA licensed establishment?
No, sir.
So therefore ABCA has no cannot regulate this entity, is that correct?
No, sir.
No, which one is it? Is it correct that ABCA cannot regulate this entity?
Yes, that is correct, that ABCA is not able to regulate this establishment.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, sir.
Exhibit number 13 is the stairs leading up to the second floor of the establishment once you enter through the front door of the establishment. Exhibit number 14 is the ground level of the establishment that has a main bar and multiple booths, as well as high table service for alcohol and food consumption and hookah consumption as well. This is the back portion of the this is the This is the wall that is linear to the front door, which faces 9th Street Northwest.
And what exhibit are you referencing, sir?
This is exhibit number 15, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Exhibit number 16 is the main bar that's on the ground level of the establishment. Exhibit number 17 is the corridor which leads to the bathrooms as well as to the kitchen area, and lastly the rear door of the establishment as well. This is exhibit number 18 is one of the bathrooms that's on the ground level floor of the establishment. Exhibit number 19 is another bathroom, I believe. Exhibit number 20 leads out to the rear of the establishment. Exhibit number 21 is the second floor level of the establishment where another main bar is located, as well as multiple booths and high table service for alcohol consumption, hookah service, as well as food service as well, Mr. Chair. Exhibit number 22 continues with booths which faces the 9th Street area of the establishment. And these are additional booths that are on the second floor of the establishment as well, Mr. Chairperson. This is another photo of the main bar area where hookah, food service, and alcohol consumption is able to take place as well.
And what exhibit is that, sir?
That is exhibit number 24.
Okay, thank you.
And exhibit number 25 is a alternate shot facing from the rear of the establishment in the direction of the 9th Street corridor. And last but not least, this is the kitchen area that's located on the ground level of the establishment. And these conclude the exhibits for the establishment.
So you're saying you took those pictures on the 27th during your visit? Is that what
Yes,
you're
sir.
yeah. And so when you visited on the 16th and the 19th of October, what can you just describe your visits
Yes.
for us,
So
please?
I was able to monitor the establishment. The establishment was able to close on time. So there wasn't any violation of their license in reference to them operating after hours or anything of that nature.
So I see you you also include their investigative history. Is there any relevant is there anything that in their investigative history that you believe is relevant to this case? To their yeah.
So I will say that I do believe that the establishment has been a model licensee. Their last violation has not been since 2022. And therefore, I do believe that the licensee does have a intent to operate and follow the law in reference to what their alcohol license allows them to do in reference to operating, sales, consumption, and offering live entertainment.
Okay. Let's see.
So I'm going back up to the report, Mr. Chair.
I don't have any other questions to ask you regarding your report. You can close your screen, please.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if any of the board members have any questions to ask you regarding your report. Any questions by any board member regarding his report? Yes, ma'am. No? All right. Okay, so Mr. Robinson, any questions of the investigator? Mr. Robinson, can you hear me, sir? Do you have any questions of the investigator, sir?
I'm sorry, I had to unmute. No questions. Thank you, sir. Can you hear
Miss
me?
Verdi? Yes, sir, I heard you.
Okay.
Miss Verdi, where's Miss Verdi at? I see most people are not on screen. Is there something going on? All right.
I'm sorry to take some medicine, so I took myself off screen for just a
No,
moment.
it's not just you, Miss Verdi. I'm looking at my screen and I see most of the people are not on camera, so I thought maybe something is going on with my computer. So I wasn't trying to call you out. I was just trying to make sure that
I'm here.
yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm looking and I see blank screen for many people. So I was just curious what was going on. Do you have any questions for the investigator, ma'am?
I do, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Investigator Prout. How are you?
I'm well, Ms. Verdi. How are you?
I am doing well. I'd like to start actually with where you ended. You just testified that you believe that the applicant has an intent to comply with his license. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
But he actually did not provide any sort of a response to you, correct?
No, so I had contacted his legal counsel, and legal counsel did not respond to my inquiry for the protest.
Okay, and so you never spoke to the applicant or his lawyer about his intent to comply, did you?
So I did have an opportunity to speak with the licensee when I took my overall photos on October 27th, and I had informed him that his legal counsel did not respond to me, and so said he had stated that he had spoken to his legal counsel, and he was under the impression that his counsel had responded to me. And so I had urged him to be able to respond to me as soon as possible, but that did not come to fruition, Ms. Verdi.
Okay, and my question is really, you didn't talk to him or his counsel about his intent, did you?
Specifically, no. However, based off of the investigative history and me performing regulatory inspections at the establishment on multiple occasions over the last 5 or 6 years, I do believe that he has a overall genuine intent to operate as a model licensee, with his last violation to date has not been since 2022.
Are you aware that his arguments today have been that he's losing money to Cloud Lounge? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of those statements that were made by the licensee.
Okay, and you are aware that Cloud Lounge does make money by selling alcohol after hours, correct?
I am aware of the alleged violations that have transpired. Yes. Have I witnessed that personally? No. Have I been given have I performed undercover investigations where I've gone into Cloud Lounge to try to ascertain whether or not they were serving alcohol after hours? I have, and I have not found them in violation. But based off of the testimony that was given in reference to the establishment being found in violation of operating after hours in July and being offered a offer in compromise as recently as last month, I do believe that they are operating they have operated past their license hours to sell alcohol, but I have not witnessed it firsthand myself.
Okay, but because you are aware that they entered into an offer and compromise in which they admitted to the selling of alcohol after hours, that's actually not an alleged violation at this point, but is in fact a violation, correct?
Yes.
So as an ABCA investigator, your testimony today is that even though the applicant has said his concern is that he's losing money to Cloud Lounge, and that we know that Cloud Lounge has admitted to selling alcohol after hours, that raises no concerns in your mind about extending hours for yet another establishment in the area?
So no, I never said that it doesn't concern me. Actually, it does concern me, right? Because of the fact that my concern is that working as a night team and working on the night team as a investigator, our shift ends at 4 a.m. So there's no way to properly enforce whether or not establishments are operating after hours and selling alcohol at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. because our tour ends at 4 a.m. So no, there is a concern that there are establishments that are able to operate under the spirit of their license until 6 a.m. However, there is lack of oversight for the establishments in order to properly ascertain whether or not they are operating in which they're not selling alcohol past their license hours of 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursdays and 3 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays and holiday extensions at 4 a.m. So no, I do believe that there is a concern for me. And I've seen the shift in the city with licensees abusing their licenses who have been given the opportunity to operate until 6 a.m. So no, it is a concern.
Well, thank you. It's like you read my mind or maybe my notes, because that's where I was going to next, was the hours. If we had neighbors who are concerned about peace, order, and quiet in that time period of these extended hours from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., ABCA does not have an enforcement mechanism at that point in time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I just want to go through, I had a few other things I wanted to just address in your report. I think if, and I don't know that we need to put it back on the screen. I can read it, and then if the commissioner or anybody would like us back on the screen, we can. In Roman numeral 2, the protest issues, with respect to the protest and interview, you stated that Mr. Chauvin and Commissioner Fay have not provided a response email as of Wednesday, October 28th. Do you recall?
Mm-hmm.
But are you aware that October 28th was actually a Tuesday?
Yes.
And that it is true then, I just want to make sure that that ABCA is aware that on the Wednesday, which happened to be the 29th, the protestants did in fact provide you with a written statement about their concerns.
Yes, and that was stated in my testimony at the beginning, but yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm. However, our reports are due the week before, and then so because I get off at 4 o'clock in the morning, right, on Wednesday morning, my report has to be in and submitted to the board so that it can be submitted to all parties on that Wednesday by my chief. So that was the reason why it was not able to be incorporated. The letter that was provided by the protesters was not able to be incorporated into my report on the 29th because the report was submitted on the 28th to be able to be forwarded out to all parties on that business day of Wednesday, October 29th.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that the protestants did provide that to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you talked about the characteristics of the neighborhood, nothing in your report actually addressed that this establishment, Unity, is in the moratorium zone, does it?
So,
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute before we go there, because this is not in the report. Before we go, do you even know? The reason I'm gonna object to this question. There's nothing in the report regarding the moratorium zone, and I do not want this investigator to speculate about it because it was not addressed in his report. So it may be if you want to do that on direct, ma'am. If you want to call a witness, but I don't want this investigator to testify about something that's not in his report.
Okay, well, let me just ask, just to see, because where I was going with that was to ask him as an investigator, like, isn't that a characteristic of the neighborhood that typically an investigator, when talking about the type of neighborhood, is something that should be considered?
Well, you can ask him the question, but don't ask him about the moratorium zone because I don't know what it is. I don't know what the moratorium zone is. Okay, because there's nothing in this record to talk about it. It's not mentioned in his report. So I think that and I'll say it this way: it's beyond. I'm objecting because it's beyond the scope. It's beyond direct. Okay, so 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 I don't want him to ask to talk to respond specifically about the moratorium zone. You can ask. You can ask different questions, but not specifically, ma'am, about the moratorium zone because that's beyond what's in this report.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Investigator Prout, if an establishment that you are writing a report on to present to ABCA is within a moratorium zone, is that something that you believe would be an important feature of the establishment to bring to ABCA's attention?
Objection calls for speculation.
And it's the same because I said before I don't. The, and I'm going to sustain the objection. It's because I don't know what this moratorium zone you're talking about, ma'am. It's beyond. He did not testify about it. It's beyond the scope. And so, if you want on direct, if you want to call a witness to talk about the moratorium zone, then fine, you can do that. But that's not appropriate for this witness, ma'am. So I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay, and if I could just try to clarify it, because I believe this is a question related directly to the characteristics of the neighborhood, which is page 2, the first page of his report. So I don't know how then that report was.
All right. There is nothing in his report that talks about the moratorium zone. That's all I'm saying, ma'am. There's nothing in the report. I don't know what it is. And so it's beyond the scope of the direct.
And is
Okay.
it ABCA's position that they can't take notice of the moratorium zone that they created that's of public record?
I'm saying that this is not the witness for that, ma'am. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't ask the question. I'm just saying this is not the appropriate witness for that question. That's all I'm saying, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
can
gonna
do
have right. I'm not. That's what I'm not having any. I'm not gonna have any problem with another witness testifying about the moratorium zone. But this witness, the board's witness, there's no mention of it in his report. He did not allude to it. So therefore, that's why I'm saying you cannot ask this witness that question, ma'am.
Okay, let me just. Can I ask him questions about it if it is in fact included in one of the exhibits of his report?
And I believe that he went through all his exhibits, and there's no. All right, this is what I'll say, Ms. Verdi. It's a board's witness. It's beyond the scope of direct.
Okay,
Okay.
I understand, but I would just like to put in the record that Exhibit 1, which is the WNA protest letter, specifically names as a ground overconcentration established by adoption of the North Shaw moratorium zone, which is an exhibit to his report.
But he never. Hold on.
I mean, the entire report is in evidence.
This is beyond the knowledge of this specific witness, ma'am. Okay, that's what I'm going. You can I know you can preserve your objection for the record, ma'am. But
Thank you.
But for this witness, it's beyond the scope. So let's move on.
Okay. If we could then move to the 5 extended hour establishments that you testified about.
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to Sliced and Brewed, for this one, I would like to introduce what would be an impeachment exhibit that is from the public record, but was not provided in the PIF, but because it is an impeachment exhibit. And is that allowed?
What's the? I mean, that's not my call. I mean, I don't know if Mr. Robertson has a. If there's no objection, I am objecting to my witness. If he wants to object or let it go, that's up to him. But it's the board's witness, so there are certain things. So if you want to impeach him, if you have a document that will impeach, then so be it.
Okay. May I have the ability to share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Ms. Verdi the ability to share her screen, please?
Access granted.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Oh, hold on. Okay, investigator, are you able to see what's on the screen that's been marked as Protestants Exhibit 11, which is an order on the settlement agreement for the Sliced and Brewed restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And you recall that you testified and you put in your report, this is one of the establishments that has extended operating hours.
Yes, based on what's on their actual license.
Okay, and if we scroll down on this exhibit, you see the Sliced and Brewed. If we go to the settlement agreement, it shows the hours of operation here going until 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.
However, so the thing is that on their license and a seller, their license, right, has that they can operate past that time. I understand that there's a settlement agreement that is in place in which augments the license hours. However, I only went into the system and I looked at what was in our system to see what establishments were able to operate based off of what's on their actual license. I do understand that a settlement agreement can supersede what is on our actual license, but I just went solely off of what was on their actual license, if that makes sense. It's very even.
It does. But if the settlement agreement trumps the license you looked at, then in fact, Sliced and Brewed is not one of the establishments that has extended hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then going through the others, we've discussed Cloud Lounge, the 930 Club. You testified that is more of a concert hall, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of whether those extended hours are typically used to simply sort of break down the venue to allow the performers to clear out, what has been brought in for the performance?
So in my time with the establishment, I've never done a inspection at the 930 Club, so I'm not familiar with how they operate or the fashion in which how their operation hours would actually look. And I don't want to assume, but I mean, based off of being a concert venue, I mean, it does make sense. What you alluded to, them being able to have that time to be able to set up and or break down for and from performances.
Okay. Thank you. And then just to make sure I understood with respect to Amsterdam Lounge, you said it's now Ben's Chili Bowl that's operating in there. So there are not alcohol sales actually occurring at the Amsterdam Lounge location right now, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then the only one then that leaves is Flash.
Flash. Yes, ma'am.
And then I wanted to turn back in your report to Exhibit 10. Is it easier for you to put your report back up?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Or I have it here either way, but yeah, Exhibit 10.
Access granted.
Can the board see my screen?
We can see your screen. What is your testifying to, sir?
So Ms. Verdi asked me to pull up exhibit number 10. Board's indulgence. Okay. Ms. Verdi, I have exhibit 10.
But we're not seeing Exhibit 10.
Okay, so that was my question, whether or not the board could see.
Mr. Prout, there's a document on the screen. I do not know what document that is. I can see your screen.
This is exhibit number 10.
What is exhibit number 10, Mr. What is specific? Hold on. Miss Verdi, specifically what it is that you're asking. He's saying this is exhibit number 10 that he's showing. You're saying that's not exhibit 10. So let me figure it.
Exhibit
hold
number
on.
10 that's attached to his report is a picture of the front of Unity Lounge.
Correct.
Right, Mr. That is Exhibit 10, Mr. Prout, is Unity Lounge. This is the document that you have on the screen is not Exhibit 10.
Correct.
The document that's on the screen is their investigative history, which is not an exhibit.
Oh, okay. So let me see. Let me go back. Hold on. Board's indulgence. Can you see the page change or no? It still shows the investigative.
Nothing. Why don't you
Well,
come
Okay.
off your
Hold on.
screen and start
Sorry.
back again, sir?
I apologize.
I'm not going to introduce any documents, but she's already said that.
Mr. Robinson, can you please,
Hold on.
if you're not speaking, I need
Oh,
everyone to
I thought we were
mute their
communicating.
line. No, sir, your line is not mute.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. So this is Exhibit 10.
No, sir, that's not Exhibit 10. Can you go
This
to
is
find?
Exhibit.
Yes, sir, this is Exhibit 10. Go ahead,
And
ma'am.
thank you. Investigator Prout, do you mind scrolling up a little bit more so that we see the bottom of the picture? No, the
Yes,
other direction. There, perfect. I wanted to confirm. Oh, can you scroll back to where you were? I'm still seeing more of the top. There. This picture that you've taken in front, is this depict, make sure what I'm seeing properly, litter across the front of where Unity Lounge is located?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notice that litter at the time that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then do you mind scrolling to Exhibit 12, which I believe you testified about when you under questioning from the chairman?
So this is Exhibit 12.
Correct. And with respect to this establishment, was it your testimony that there are additional people loitering here in front of this establishment because they have all-night hours?
I do know that they have extended hours. I don't know what their hours specifically are, but I do know that they were operating past 3 a.m. in which they were operating past 2 a.m. in which Unity had closed on that evening. But yes.
Is it your experience as an investigator that extended hours sort of increases loitering within a neighborhood?
There's a possibility, yes.
I'm sorry, objection. The call for speculation.
Mr. Robinson, the question was asked. You allowed the witness to answer it before you make an objection. Let's move on, sir. I was sitting here waiting, but go ahead, ma'am.
And finally, as part of your investigation, did you investigate the alleyway that runs behind the establishment, behind Unity?
No, I did not investigate that because what was voiced in the overall concern was peace, order, and quiet. And so it wasn't brought to my attention that there was concern of anything inside of the alley.
Okay. Thank you for your time here today. I appreciate it. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Verdi.
You can close your screen.
Okay.
Close your screen, please, sir. I mean, I have a follow-up question I would ask you, Mr. Prout. You testified earlier that because of extended hours, ABCA does not have the ability to monitor establishments for extended hours. Is that correct?
Past 4 a.m.
Past 4 a.m. But are you aware? Do you know this actually, or are you aware that the agency has the ability to approve overtime for its employees to cover those hours?
Yes. However, the current shift that is in place is from 7:30 to 4 a.m. So traditionally, under normal operations, there isn't a shift that runs until 6 a.m. Sunday through Thursdays or from Sunday through Saturday. There isn't a shift that runs until 6 a.m.
There,
The
there
only
isn't a sh-
team,
there isn't a shift because the time ends at 4 a.m. However,
Mhm.
but are you aware that the agency has the ability to approve overtime for investigators to work past 4 a.m.?
For sure, yes.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Um, Mr. Robinson,
Yeah.
you have a
Mr.
witness
Chair,
you wish.
yeah,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, I'm sitting at my desk, and if I move my mouse, I can see myself. But can anyone else see us?
Mr. Robinson, if I could not see you, trust me, I would have told you that a long time ago, sir, because I've always made it known to individuals that I want to see people who are when they're speaking. So trust
Oh,
me, if I don't say anything, sir, I can see and I can hear you. The same way I just told you to put your to put your microphone on mute because I can hear you. So trust me,
okay.
if I can't see or hear you, you'll be the first to know. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Do you have a witness you
I'm,
wish to call, sir?
I'm going to call Mr. Bekele, the first witness in this case, Your Honor.
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Sir, can you raise your right hand? And what I'll ask you to do, sir, just take your hat off. I mean, you're in a formal proceeding. I mean, so you're not in the court of law, but still, I mean, it's not a condemnation, sir. I'm just saying it's like, just all right. Can you raise your right hand, sir, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
I mean, sir, unless you're wearing a head covering for religious purposes, sir. If it's for religious purpose, I can't. You can
Just my hair doesn't
put.
look good, that's all.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're a witness, sir.
Thank you. Sir, in a loud, clear voice, I want you to state your name, and I want you to spell your name slower than you did before.
Okay, my name is Abib Bekele. First name Abebe, last name Bekele.
And what is your relationship to Unity Lounge in this particular situation?
I am the owner of Unity Lounge, 1936 9th Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., for the last 10 years now, almost 10 years.
And you're seeking an extension of time to operate until how long?
6 o'clock morning.
And during those hours, do you intend to comply with all of the Aubrey regulations concerning the sale of alcohol?
I have been like that for the last 10 years, and I will do the same. And I have no violation at all. Hours matter.
If your time is extended, what services would you be offering to your customers other than alcohol?
Food and hookah, that's all.
And what time does your kitchen where the food is cooked close?
Right now?
Yes.
We stay until 2 o'clock. Until we close, we serve the food every day. We don't even close before 2 o'clock.
And what time does your services in terms of hookah? How long is that provided?
Same hours.
I see. And now, if the board were to grant you this extension of time, would you please tell them exactly what you would intend to do that would not interfere with the peace and quiet of the neighborhood surrounding your business?
Well, I have done this like for the last 10 years now. I know how this ABRA rules work, and I don't have any complaint, and I don't think I will have anyone, and I will obey the law as I have done so. And if I can continue talking about this, ABRA investigators, I know almost 7 of them. If they are all maybe more than 7, they are very happy with the way I run the place. I mean, I don't have any complaint about anything at all. I can say anything at all. But look, still you have a bar. You may have some here and there, one is in a blue time. But I remember I spoke to you, Mr. Chairman, before, and I think that was you, if I'm not mistaken. The lawyer of the ANC or Westminster. We spoke about this. We spoke about something different issue that I was trying to help the board and you, the ANC and the Westminster, before about what's going on in 9th Street, about the smoking and stuff like that. I don't have any intention at this time to sell any drinks. If I have any intention to do that, which I can close the door and do it right now at this time. I always obey the rules. That's the reason I'm not gonna say completely not violation, but I don't have any violation. Every investigators, they appreciate us. Every police officers around that area, they appreciate us the way we do the business in there. Me asking to have an extended hours to sell food in hookah, I am not asking something new. It's there on 9th Street. It is there right next to me. And next to me, there is a lounge and a shop. How am I bothering anybody?
Okay, now, with respect to this, now with respect to the time to 6 o'clock, and you've made the complaints, what is it that you specifically would do to make sure that your business would not do anything to offend the peace and quiet of the neighborhood if your hours were extended?
Well, to keep it quiet, I will do whatever I'm doing right now. I'm doing everything I can, what I'm doing now, which I close on time. I lower the voice of the music, just like the way you want it, guys. That's the reason I don't have the violation. I do it that way, and I will continue to do the same.
Now, let me just ask
I've been doing this for 10 years. It's not a new thing for me to manage my place the way I'm managing it now, which I will do better.
Okay. Now, with respect to the loss of customers, what is it that you know, based upon your experience, why your customers and your sales have decreased because of people leaving, going to other areas, to Cloud9 and others who illegally sell alcohol after hours?
All right. The ANC and the Westminster, they can bring this, me asking an extension hours, they can bring it as me trying to do sell or after hour or getting worried about it. No, it's not like that. The first time when Cloud, a new owner came, I know this new owner. He been doing after hours in Montgomery County, in Silver Spring, in DC, right across the street of Abra office on 14th Street, before you guys move it. This guy was doing all this stuff. The first time he started doing this, I came to the Abra office myself personally, telling them this is what's going on in Cloud. I'm not asking the same thing what he's doing, I'm going to do. I am not going to do that. I'm not going to sell any alcohol after 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. I'm trying to sell food and hookah so I can get the sales that I lost because of Cloud. This is what happens. Why am I selling? The people, they book tables in Cloud because Cloud stays until 6 o'clock. So those people, they was booking tables with me, they booking tables in Cloud. I asked them, why are you doing this? What's wrong? What happened to my management? Are you not happy? They say, look, we stay more hours in Cloud.
This is now getting into hearsay.
Ms. Verdi, the man is testifying. You can't testify. You're. I mean, you can.
Well, the question
you
didn't
have,
call for hearsay, but his answer is now giving and including hearsay.
Ms. Verdi, you're competent counsel. You have an opportunity to cross-examine him, ma'am. Let him testify, and I know that you're taking copious notes so you can cross-examine him on the testimony that he's given, ma'am. Go ahead, sir.
So they leave, let's say on the weekends, they leave my place before 3 o'clock. That's when I noticed. I say, why are you leaving before 3 o'clock? It's not even 3 o'clock yet. You know, we always kick them out at 2:45. Then I ask them, why are you leaving? Wait, you close at 3 o'clock. Cloud is opening until 6. And they are giving us drinks. That's when I got this information. I came to Abra multiple times, not only once. I called Abra so many times over the phone. In person, I came to Abra to report to you this. I even sent the people to buy drinks, which they did, that to find out. And I had an argument with Abra. Look, why don't you guys send someone, give him $30 and get this guy? This is what I was doing. I don't do it this time. If you remember 1 year and a half ago, I remember you, Kerry and Mr. Chairman, we spoke about the smoke inside the clubs. I was trying to help you both, the ANC and the ABRA. I spoke the truth that time, and I'm gonna keep speaking the truth. Whatever I ask is on the law. I'm not asking something out of the law.
Okay, now
So
let me
this the sales went down because of this. This after our stop.
Okay, so there's no question. Your counsel is trying to ask a question, so you can stop speaking. Go ahead.
that way. Now, we noticed the council brought up the fact that out in front of your facility, there appeared to be what she said was litter. If you've noticed that, what do you do about litter in front of your business?
That's a good question. I called the police so many times. I've already spoke to Westminster and INC about this. Last time we spoke, Frank and the other guy. This is out of my control. I am not going to control what is going on outside of my place. Like right in front of me, I can control it. I got the security. I called so many times the police to do something about that next door. That I cannot do anything about it. The only thing I can do is call the police.
Okay, now let me just
which
say,
I did.
Now, when you said you do something about the next door, are you saying that the litter was there as a result of next door or some of your customers that left?
No, you can see the picture. All the letters are the cups and stuff is red. I don't have red cups.
Okay. Now let me just ask with respect to the your business there. Now during the you said you have security there.
Yes.
What is it that your security are supposed to do with respect to your customers in compliance with ABRA law?
You talking about outside or
Yeah,
inside the
outside and
establishment?
inside.
My security always tells the people they hang out right outside to leave that's the premises, that our area. We're not going to speak this next. I mean, I'm not in 1936. I don't have any power to do something in 1938 or in 1934, which I have done everything. I called the police so many times
Okay.
to rid of these people.
Okay. Now,
Inside the establishment, we search people. We make sure there is nothing, any kind of a weapon or anything. We let them in. We have a lot of securities. I got 6-7 securities into that establishment. We have a security every 10 food, like 3-4 securities upstairs and downstairs the same.
okay.
And we monitor everything.
Now, with respect to counsel stated that she has noted at your business, I believe around later time than October, that you've had people that have been standing in line to get in. Explain a little bit about that.
You remind me, that's a good question. What was last weekend?
I looked at that.
Sorry, what was last weekend? I'm sorry. Last weekend was a long weekend. It was a holiday weekend. All 9th Street was busy. All the Howard University, Howard Common University, everybody was busy. You just don't pick one thing. Look, if I have to say this, the ANC and the Westminster, they love to deny us. Whatever we are on that area, they deny us. We all know. We all the establishments, we know they don't want us around that area. They deny us for everything we ask. So why are you pick and choose? One day, I have videos. I have a camera into the establishment. I can show you for months that I don't have a business.
Okay.
Months and months since this cloud came.
Now, let me just ask you that. Now, with respect to lines that may be out there, what do you do if the lines are there that want to get into your facility? What do you do? What's your policy?
The policy is the occupancy. When the occupancy hits, we don't let people in. If the house, if the establishment is big and your occupancy is low, you have to tell them to leave. It's not because of he got busy or you have a lot of people into that establishment, you kick people out. Okay. It's if you don't obey the law of DCRA, you get in trouble.
Okay, now.
So we kick people out when we have the occupancy full. Plus, it was Howard coming, holiday weekends, and a double 2 weekends. That's the reason we was busy. But I can show you, like I said, videos after videos that I don't have a business.
When you say you don't have a business, you mean you don't have lines outside?
Lines outside to one day.
Okay. Now,
Ms. Verdi, you have to raise the objection before he has a chance to open his mouth, okay? Because by the time he answers the question, there's nothing I can do about it, okay? So all right, go ahead, Mr. Robinson.
So with respect to the time that Howard had its celebration, can you recall if you had any lines outside for patrons that wanted to enter your facility?
We do for like maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Prior to that, let's say 30 days prior to when Howard University had its celebration, did you have any patrons that had to wait outside to get inside?
No.
Thank you.
Let me tell you something how
No,
the line
no,
works.
no, you've
No.
already answered that
Okay.
question. Nothing further.
Ms. Verdi.
Just answer the question. Don't add and don't.
Mr. Robinson. Hold on.
Okay.
No, yeah, Mr. Robinson, I can hear you, and you can't talk to your client. It's cross-examination. I know the client is sitting next to you. So, well, I guess you have to open you have to unmute your phone. But anyway, so please do not
Thank you.
speak
Sorry about
unless you're making an objection, sir. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Verdi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. So I want to start with the testimony that you just gave. You said that many people have told you they are leaving because they can go to Cloud and Cloud is going to give them drinks, correct?
Perfect. Yes. Sorry.
So your testimony is people aren't just leaving to go smoke a hookah over at Cloud. They're leaving because they can get a drink over at Cloud after hours, correct?
That's what they say.
So your real complaint here is that Cloud is selling liquor after hours, right?
That's not what my complaint is. My complaint is that's a part of my complaint, but my complaint is my sales are down. I'm trying to give more food to my customers, more hours to eat, more hours to smoke, and my sales goes up. That's what my complaint is.
But the people leaving your club aren't telling you, I'm going over to Cloud to smoke a hookah. They're telling you they're going over to Cloud to have a drink, right?
They said they're going to Cloud to smoke a hookah and food and a drink.
And a drink, correct?
That's correct.
So even if you were allowed to stay open until 6, if you're not giving them a drink and they can still go next door where Cloud is illegally selling them a drink along with their hookah and their food, those people would still go to Cloud to get the drink, right?
No, they won't.
But they're telling you they're going over there to have a drink, right?
They're going over there because they get more hours.
But they're also telling you they can go over there and get a drink, right?
Well, objection.
I just answered.
Hold on for a second. Objection. Argumentative, counsel.
I mean, he answered the question. I'm going to sustain the objection. He did answer the question. He answered your question, Ms. Verdi. Okay.
Thank you. Now, I've looked at your sales, and Cloud has had these extended hours for well over the 2 years of sales data that you provided, right?
I don't own Cloud, but maybe. I don't know how long they have.
Well, you operate across the street. Are you aware that they've had extended hours for more than the last 2 months?
They were for more than 2 months, yes.
Okay.
And about 4 months, something like that now.
And you're familiar with your own sales, your gross receipts, right?
Yes.
And every single month have your sales. So let me start over. In January of 2024, you had more sales in January of 2025. You did better in January of 2025 than you did in January of 2024, correct?
Well, objection, counsel. Would you like to show him the document you're referring to?
I asked him if he's familiar with his sales, so I'm just asking if he knows this. He said he was familiar with his sales.
Okay.
So I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, they should be familiar with his own sales. So okay, go ahead. Yes or no, sir? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And are you aware that you did better in February of 2025 than you did in February of 2024?
Yes.
And you're aware that you did better in March of 2025 than you did in March of 2024?
Yes.
No.
And all of.
Hold on. Why are you objecting, Mr. Robinson?
I told him to stop. He has to answer the questions.
He answered the question. He has been answering the question. So you If you're objecting, you're objecting, sir. I mean, the council's asking questions. He's answering the question. So if you have an objection, raise the objection, sir. That's all. Let's move on. Go ahead.
And Chairman, could I ask that you direct him to not coach his client? I believe he's telling him to stop answering. He doesn't want him to keep talking, and I don't think that's fair.
Well, Miss Verdi, what did I just say? I said if he has an objection, he needs to raise an objection. I did. So I think I think I'm been responsive to your query, ma'am. So you asked a question. If Mr. Robinson, if he has an objection, he will object. If not, he'll be quiet.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. And are you aware that in April of 2025, you had better sales than you did in April of 2024?
Yes.
And in all of that time period, all of 2025, when your sales have been increasing, Cloud Lounge had extended hours, correct?
No.
When did Cloud Lounge first get its extended hours?
I don't know when they got that license. What I know is Cloud Lounge, they start saying late somewhere in June or July.
Are you so
as
you
I,
don't
my own knowledge, as I am the time that I remember, it should be somewhere June, or maybe I don't know, between April to July. That's when they start staying late. And I can explain more if that's okay.
That's okay. But you're aware that in July of 2025, you had better sales than you did in July of 2024, correct?
Yes.
So it's true that the first month this year that your sales actually went down was in August of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that in August of 2025 is when President Trump deployed the National Guard into Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
And did you see the increase, the National Guard presence specifically on your block?
I did.
And is it your testimony here today that the presence of the National Guard didn't affect your sales at all?
No.
You didn't have anybody complain to you that the National Guard made them uncomfortable coming out to the bars?
Not a single person.
Did you ever talk to anyone at Cloud Lounge to see if their sales went down in August of 2025?
I did not involve into something that's not mine.
Okay, so you don't know as you sit here today if Cloud Lounge also had a decrease in August, correct?
That's not a place for me to know.
Sir, she asked
No,
you a
I
question.
do not. No.
Thank you.
And are you aware that by August of 2025 that there had been massive layoffs of federal workers in Washington, D.C.?
I do not know.
Okay. Are you aware that in September of 2025 there were concerns about a government shutdown?
Yes.
So as you sit here today, are you aware if there are patrons that chose not to come to Unity because they'd lost their job or they were concerned about the shutdown?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to overrule the objection. He can answer it if he can.
No, ma'am.
And you don't know if Cloud Lounge similarly suffered decreased sales in this same time period, do you?
No, I do not.
And you submitted your application in July for a substantial change in July of 2025, right?
Yes.
And your argument in your PIF was that you were losing customers to Cloud Lounge, and that's why you sought the substantial change, right?
Yes.
Yet in July of 2025, you made more money than you did in July of 2024, right?
Yes.
Does Unity make the majority of its money on hookah sales, food sales, or liquor sales?
I would say it's 50-50.
Well, it's three things: hookah, food, or liquor. Which one is, where do you make the most money, do you think?
Hookah.
Okay, and then after hookah?
I would say, yeah, liquor.
And what do you charge for a hookah?
$50.
For how long?
Hour and a half.
And if Unity were to stay open until 6 a.m., you would have to pay for more workers, correct?
Yes, for a few hours.
Yep. And you'd have to pay for more electricity, heating, and cooling for those hours?
Yes.
And it's your position that your hookah sales alone would cover all of your additional costs and make more money?
Objection. He didn't. That wasn't his testimony.
I, I'm going to rule. I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, I think it's a question that can be asked, so he can ask the question to answer the question to the best of his knowledge.
Yes.
And what is your security plan for staying open till 6 a.m.?
Get more security hours.
Have you confirmed that you are able to hire additional security?
Yes.
Who have you spoken to?
The owner of the company.
What company?
The security company.
What's the name of your security company?
Harris.
And how many additional security officers will they be providing?
3.
And what is the cost of those additional security hours for each night that you'll have them?
I can't tell you right now. We have to calculate the hours of the difference of the hours. I can't just tell you right now. I mean, we have to calculate the difference of the hours first.
So do you have a plan in place, or have you just discussed the possibility of a plan?
I do have a plan in place.
Okay, could you please describe that plan for us?
The security plan?
Yes.
Just to explain to you what the difference, until we close at this time, and we close until 6 o'clock, the difference of the hours are going to get paid for it. So that's the plan. And he's okay to work late hours.
And you were here today, you heard the investigator's testimony that when there are later hours, there tends to be more loitering out front. Did you recall that testimony from the investigator?
I never stayed late hours. I close on time.
Okay. And what he testified to was that, like with the establishment next to you that's open later, I think it's like in a convenience store or something, there tends to be more people loitering outside because of the later hours. Do you recall that testimony?
When he said that, yes.
Okay. So if there are more people loitering in front of your establishment because of the late hours, what is the security plan for the people out front of Unity?
Objection. He's already testified that people loitering out front, he gets rid of them. None of his patrons loiter out front.
Well, I think that the question is, I'm going to overrule the objection. She's asking about the security plan for Unity. So, I mean, I think that's a fair question. He's asking for extended hours. So she's asking about his security plan for this extended hour. So I think it's, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, sir, if you can.
The security plan is to get a security right outside like we do it all the time. Like this hours that we do, we let people stay out of our space, our establishment right there. But like I said, I am not going to control whatever is next to me.
Do you currently have security out front of Unity?
Always.
And what is your plan for them dispersing loiterers between the hours of 2 and 6 or 3 and 6?
What are they going to do for the loitering? They got to tell them to leave. If not, they call the police.
And are you aware that at times your security has held your doors open to allow noise out into the street from the music to entice people into Unity?
I do not.
Are you aware that neighbors have observed drug sales and loitering in front of Unity?
No.
And are you aware that neighbors have observed speakers being pointed out into the street to entice people to enter your club?
That's not true. No.
You're not aware of that?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Right.
No. May I redirect, please?
Mr. Robinson, it's an opportunity for the board members to ask questions, sir. Once the board asks questions, then all right.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions by the board members? Well, go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Hello, good afternoon. In your earlier testimony, sir, you discussed your numerous occasions to contact the alcohol beverage control offices concerning the owner of the lounge. So I'm assuming that the lounge was also on 14th Street at that time?
The owner. The owner has on 14, right on the corner by the liquor store across the street of the Abra office, all the Abra office. That's the owner, not the cloud. The owner that he bought the cloud now.
And he is the 14th Street location still in operation by this owner?
Yes.
Okay. And you said at that time that you made several complaints with the alcohol offices. Do you have a name of someone that you spoke with at ABCA?
Not at that time. I start coming on July. When I knew this after hour is going on. No, it's not about this after hour. I always try to do something better on 9th Street. Like I mentioned earlier before, I remember the attorney and the ANC, the Westminster, and the chairman. A year and a half ago, I came telling them, look, there's something on the establishments going on, but this is smoke thing. I always try to help the street to get better because I've been in 9th Street for more than 25 years. My uncle is for more than 40 years. We have a house on 9th Street. We put all these flowers on U Street, on Vermont Street. Me, my uncle, we want good things for 9th Street. We not just came the last 10 years and we're trying to make something seen on 9th Street.
Sure. Well, certainly on your own, for being there for 10 years. Yeah.
When I knew about Cloud is very, very close to me. We're very close. We just across the street to each other. Yes. It's like maybe you can walk less than a minute to get to Cloud, 30 seconds at the most. So when I see this, and I was trying to help the Abra, the police, and the ANC, the Westminster, trying to make 9th Street better. I said, this thing is not going to get us better. It's going to get worse. So I personally came to Abra. 4 or 5 times I came. I remember all the investigators. Like I said, the investigators, the licensed specialist of Abra, they were happy with my establishment.
And this took, when you went to them in person, this was in July of 2025 or July of 2024?
August, and mix on those kind of months. I cannot remember exactly, but I know it's July or on August.
This summer or 2024?
This year.
Okay.
This
you never got a business card from any individual? No identification?
Well, some of them, they told me they went to Cloud. They did, the investigators. Some of the investigators, they told me they went to Cloud to see what's going on. They seen a lot of people. They saw some cops, and they didn't see a drink. Yeah, of course, you not see a bottle of drink after 4 o'clock or after 3 o'clock. There is a way how they do it, just like one of people right here, they explain they hide the drink somewhere. I heard that too.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I just
but I tried my best to.
I understand. I just was hoping that you had an individual that you could identify that you took your complaints to. I appreciate it.
Everybody of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I conclude my questioning.
All right, Miss Quinn. Miss Verdi, can you put your mute your line, ma'am, and mute your line, please, ma'am. Go ahead, Miss Quinn.
Just wanted to clarify what you said earlier about past violations. So has your business had any past violations? And if you have, what has been the nature of those past violations?
I don't recall any past violations.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have a question to ask you. I mean, now, and I think, all right. But let me. Okay, when is it that you first noticed that your business? Okay, all right, let me refer. When is it that you first noticed that the establishment, as you're saying, cloud was operating past their allotted hours?
I cannot tell you exactly. I don't want to be wrong. Exactly the month and the date.
But I need some
Somewhere
context.
in
When it,
June.
yeah.
Somewhere in June that I knew that they doing after hours. Then I heard that they selling liquor, which is. I wanted to explain something about myself. I don't want the board to be confused. I know how they setting this thing up. When I knew on June, when you open any business, people they just don't come like this. When cloud start opening, people they didn't know about them. They doing after hours. So it took time to know cloud is doing after hours. It took them time. So if you see the sales, exact time when I came to July to apply for this, that's when I start. I see my customers going there. But if you go down after July, you can go to August. I lost 50% of my sales. If you go to September, I lost 80% of my sales. That's got nothing to do with the Trump thing. 80%. The customers that I have, I don't want to mention what job or anything else. I don't think they will be affected so much like this. But I see all my customers going across the street with my own house. Guys, it's not only that I came to Abra, I have a number of calls that I made myself. I even spoke to the investigators on a meeting of the owners too, the owners of 9th Street. All of them, they wanted to do this. But there is one thing I wanted to say here, if I may. I know the ANC and the Westminster is a denial. It's everything we ask is a denial. It's even if a small thing, it's a denial. We all owners know this thing. 9th Street. I was in 9th Street when 9th Street was very, very bad. And I belong in 9th Street for the last 20 some years now. I mean, I'm not gonna just like I am asking something legal, not illegal thing.
All right. Okay. You have answered.
If I violate the law, then you will do whatever you want. How are you going?
All right. The question I'm asking, and this is the question. So you're saying, you noticed in June that cloud was operating after hours, and you spoke to our. So when is it that you spoke to your clients and your clients informed you that they were going to cloud because cloud was allegedly selling alcohol and they were operating later? When did you have this conversation with your clients?
I would say in July. And remember, in July, even if you see the sales in July, they don't make no difference. It's a couple of $1,000 difference. The reason I wanted to say this, Mr. Chairman, please, July is the holiday time.
Okay, no, I know.
All that.
All right, you notice in July. So you notice in July. So why is it that you and it's correct that you apply for the extended hours in July? Is that correct?
Yes.
So why then do you believe why is it that your first response is that in order to counter this you need to request extended hours? Why? I mean, how did you decide that this is the best way to counter this?
Okay, still, first, I wanted to have more sales on the hookah and food. Second, I seen my customers on July leaving me. I'm not gonna wait until I get completely empty, which I see it's affecting me on July. Don't see only the sales. The sales, July was a holiday. It's a big holiday, July 4th and stuff. It's not making any difference on the sale. The July 2024 and July 2025 sale is the same. It's a couple of $1,000 difference. It's not a huge difference on them. But if I'm a business guy, when I see I'm losing people, I know it. That's who I am. And this is what I have done in my life for 20 years is only businesses.
All right. Okay, so this is your argument. This establishment across the street, they have extended hours to 6 o'clock. Your customers inform you that they can buy alcohol after 6, after 4, after your closing time. So that's one of the reasons why they go there. The investigator testified, our investigator testified that the tour of duty ends at 4 o'clock. Okay? 4 a.m. So what assurance are you going to provide to this agency, not to this board, that there's allegedly no enforcement between 4 to 6? You're trying to compete with cloud, and because you're losing your customers, because they can go to cloud, allegedly they can go to cloud during these extended hours to buy alcohol. So what assurances you're going to provide to us that in order to compete with this establishment, you're not going to sell alcohol also during that period of time?
Well, I may start with this. On all the years that I've been in business, I used to own a lot of franchises, food franchises in different states of America, in DC and Maryland. I know how to do the full sale, how I can make my money on a food sale. In the hookah, I have a license of hookah. On 9th Street, I have a license of hookah. It's not that I don't have a license of hookah. It's not only competing with cloud. I don't know if cloud sells more than me or less. I'm not trying to compete with cloud. I'm trying to make myself up so I can stay in business. That's the first thing. The second thing is I'm helping you, helping me, myself, and the ANC and everybody that I heard there is after hour going on in cloud. I'm informing you that. But I wanted to sell food in hookah so I can make my business better. It's not that I did it first time. I have done a lot of franchise all over America. And the security that they are asking me, ask me a security what you want from me, and I will do my best. I will do it. The security, what I will do is I get a security, I get more security, I make sure I stay the same as the entire Abra is happy about me. I will do the same thing. But if you need more security that you wanted to ask me for, I'm okay to do it.
No, I think Ms. Quinn had asked you a question earlier about your investigative history. So, and I'm not even going to ask to share my screen since I've never done that. But I just want to I want to go through your investigative history and maybe because you said you don't have any violations. So, on your investigative history, it said that how long have you operated this business, sir?
About 9 years now, 8 to 9 years, yeah.
So it said that in 5/22/22, in case number 22-251-00021, there was an intoxicated female allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose. Let's see. And that you based on that case, an offer in compromise was accepted, which is in board order 2023-069. Do you recall that event, sir?
Yes.
And that on 4 2321 in case number 21 CIT 00274. It says failed to comply with the mayor's order and board's emergency rule making allowed more than 6 persons to be seated at a table and patrons were not wearing masks. Well, I guess you weren't prosecuted for that one. But in on 4/17/21 in case number 21-CIT 00261 failed to comply with the mayor's order and a warning was issued in that case. Do you remember those that citation, sir?
Those 2 citations, no, I don't.
You don't? Okay. All right. But I'm saying that on your investigative history, it states that at least on this investigative history that there were there are 3 cases on your investigative history.
I remember one of them. I don't remember the rest.
Okay. I mean that's fair. That's fair. All right. Any questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Just a quick question. In terms of tracking sales on a daily basis at your establishment, do you have the means to track by the hour? Can you do a report that breaks down hourly sales?
I will try my best to do that. I have to ask my
No,
merchant.
if you can't, that's fine. I just want to know if you currently could do that.
I'm not that expert onto that cash register, but I
Okay.
will ask merchant services if they can do that for me, the POS people.
That's my only question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Just quickly, I'm trying to understand why we're spending so much time on this point of cloud. Is there a reason why your argument isn't simply you want to make more money?
That's it.
Like I don't understand why your case is so tied to what cloud is or is not doing. I mean, if it sounds like there are other businesses in the area that have similar hours beyond cloud, and I'm not clear why we're spending this time on cloud when you could simply just say, I want to make more sales so my business will be more successful.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
I was completely wrong to inform you guys, and I'm in this kind of situation. I was trying to help everyone, help myself in 9th Street. I shouldn't bring this topic, I guess. I was trying to tell what's going on 9th Street so you would know. The ANC, the Westminster, the Abra, everybody knows. I was trying to do this, which I came myself to the office. I could have just straight asked for a extension of hours for a food and a hookah. If I violate that law, you have a means to do whatever you want to do. But I'm not the only person asking on 9th Street. There is a couple of them. They stay there open. I mean, I don't see what makes any difference anyway.
Sure. And I want to be clear. My point
in one block, in less than a block.
Yeah, I want to be clear that my point wasn't that you were wrong for making the cloud connection. It's just I was thinking maybe I'm missing something here because it seemed like a pretty straightforward ask. I want to make more money, so this is why I want to have longer hours. But you've answered it, and I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
And you're correct, Ms. Quinn. And that was one of the reasons why in the opening by council, I had interjected in council's opening. So and because as I said, I myself was asking for clarification. Why were we having this hearing? Ms. Verdi, do you have an opportunity to recross?
Well, I didn't get a chance to read the rest.
Mr. Robinson, you have the last word, sir.
But she's recrossing before
Mr. Robinson. This is how it goes in these hearings, Mr. Robinson. It's your witness, sir.
Correct.
You asked the question, then Ms. Verdi asked the question. The board asked questions. So I'm going back to Ms. Verdi for her to ask questions of your witness based on the questions that were asked by the board. Once she is done, sir, you get the last word. Therefore, if she is asked some questions that are unfavorable to your client, you get an opportunity to correct that, sir. You get the last word, sir. Okay?
No, but wait, you told me when I asked to redirect, you said I could do it after the board had questions to say.
Mr. Robinson, if you watch more of these protest hearings, sir, you will realize this is a formula that I have been following for the last 9 years that I've been doing this better yet, this month is going to be 10 years that I've been chairman of this board. And this is the format I have been following, sir, for 10 years. So if you watch these protest hearings, you can go to YouTube, sir, and watch the protest hearing, sir, and you will see this is the process that I follow every week. Okay, sir? Go ahead, Ms. Verdi.
I'm responding to what you told me. Whenever I asked to redirect, you said after the board, but that's okay. I understand.
Which is correct, sir. But the board asked questions, so both counsel will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness based on the questions that the board asks. It's Ms. Verdi's chance. Go ahead, ma'am. You're on mute, ma'am. You need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on 10 years.
I can't believe it's 10 years, but let's move on. Thank you.
I just have a few questions based on the questions about why Cloud Lounge was brought up. And I've pulled up your PIF. And in the PIF, it says to state the issues you will present to the board for resolution. And in the first issue, you state 1, Cloud Lounge operates until 6 a.m., causing my customers to go there because it is open later. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if Cloud Lounge were not open, if Cloud Lounge's hours were curtailed to 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., then that would no longer be an issue for you, correct?
It should be an issue for me to sell more sales.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Still, it should be an issue for me.
It still should be an issue for you?
Yes.
And why is that?
I think he
I
said
wanted to sell more sales. I wanted to sell more. I wanted to make more money.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you, Chairman.
No, I think he wasn't explaining himself properly with the language. So I think he answered your question, but I think there was a language barrier there, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just having a hard time. When you repeated it, I understood. Yeah. And the second issue that you wrote was that Cloud Lounge operates until 6 a.m., causing me to lose customers and income. Do you recall that was an issue that you wanted resolved?
Yes.
So again, if Cloud Lounge was not operating until 6 a.m., you wouldn't be losing customers to Cloud Lounge and income to Cloud Lounge, correct?
Objection. That was not a question that was proposed to him by one of the board members. That's beyond the scope of any question the board members asked.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer the question, sir, if you can.
Yes.
And you also stated in an action being requested that I'm requesting action be taken against Cloud Lounge to prevent my loss of income. Do you recall that from your PIF?
Yes.
So again, the actions that you were requesting in this protest hearing were actions really directed at Cloud so that you didn't lose customers to Cloud, right?
Objection. Counsel's testifying, not asking questions based upon what the board asked.
I'm going to overrule the objection. We've had a whole lot of questions regarding Cloud. I mean, it's in the same spirit of the question that the board asked, so I'm overruling the objection. He can answer it if he can.
Can you repeat that question?
So the fourth point in your PIF of the action that you were requesting through this protest, where it said issues you will present to the board for resolution. Number 4 was I'm requesting action be taken against Cloud Lounge to prevent my loss of income. So in this protest and what you put in the PIF, you are asking the board to curtail Cloud's hours so that you didn't lose customers to Cloud, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kelly, I want to go back to what the chairman asked you about when you filed your application for an extension and when you became aware of when Cloud 9 was violating. Prior to filing your application for an extension, what did you do to try to prevent yourself from having to file an application to curtail Cloud?
Well, first I did call the investigators in Abra. Look, this is not my first time. Every time something wrong, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get out of the topic. Every time I see something wrong on 9th Street, like I explained early today, 1.5 years ago, we have this kind of hearing telling you about the smoke, what's going on in the establishment. I do this all the time. So when I see what's going on at Cloud, because I have never seen it in any establishment on 9th Street until today, I have never called anything. Once I see it on Cloud, it's not good for us for 9th Street, for you, for the community, for Abra, for the police, for us, for the business owners. I make a call to Abra, ABCA, repeatedly to stop this thing.
And whenever Abra wasn't able to do anything, what did you decide to do?
Well, I spoke to the police too. When there is a lot of police right outside standing, and the answers they gave me is, call Abra. Abra has to direct us what to do, then we'll do something.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the chairman when he mentioned that you had 3 prior claims, one of which was involving an intoxicated female. One was a failure to comply with the the court, with the emergency, and people weren't wearing masks, and one which there was involved where you got a citation. You recall when the chairman went through those with you?
I recall only one. I don't recall
I
the
see.
rest.
Now, at any time have you ever been charged with selling liquor after the time it expired for doing so?
Not a single time.
Were you ever charged with providing hookah without a license?
Not a single time.
Were
I
you-
have a license.
Were you ever charged with selling food without a license?
No, I have a license.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Let me see. It is 4:27. Do you have another witness, Mr. Robinson? We're going to take a break because I try to take a break every 2 hours, and it's more than 2 hours, so I'm going to take a break. So, do you have another witness that you wish to call? And hold on, and Ms. Verdi, I don't think you're going to put your case on today. So you can, just in case your witnesses are maybe one witness. Maybe you'll get a chance for one witness, but I don't see us doing more than one witness. Do you have another witness, Mr. Robinson? I
No, sir.
apologize.
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not.
You do not. Oh, all right. So we're gonna take a break. It's 4:28. We're gonna take a break till 4:40, and maybe you can, if you believe you can, call one or two witnesses for us to wrap up by 5:30, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So we're off the record until 4:40. Okay. We're back in the record. I did say 4:40. I wasn't sure. It was like, where's everyone? So I wasn't sure what time. I think everyone was just enjoying their break.
Right.
Are you there, Mr. Robinson?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to make sure that you're there before I start. All right, so Ms. Verdi, it is your option. Okay, as I told you before, you said you had 4 witnesses. We're not going to conclude this hearing today. So we can either have 1 or 2 of your witnesses testify if you so desire, or we can just reconvene so you can present your case at another time.
I think given the way our witnesses go, provided everybody could be available at the next hearing date, I would prefer to put all 4 on at the same time. But I do have 1 short witness that we could put on today for purposes of timing that I know we can.
That is your call, ma'am. That's why I'm offering you that opportunity if you want to do that.
I hate to do this backwards. Do you know what the date would be for our
No, I don't know. I would have to consult. Well, it is unless we have a special day for a hearing, it's probably not going to be this year.
Okay.
Remember, but Ms. Verdi, we're in November.
No,
you forgot.
Oh my gosh, that's right. The end of the year seems so far away. It's really not.
Because hold on, let me look at our calendar. If I have the calendar, we have. If I look at the calendar, we have, unless we have a special. Let me see if I can find our calendar. Unless we have a special meeting, we're talking about for the rest of this year. We're talking about November 1, 2. We only have 3 more scheduled meetings for the rest of this year. Okay. All right.
Given that schedule, then, if it's okay, I think it makes sense for us to put our 4 witnesses on all together at the next date.
All right, that's fine because that's unless the board decides to. We have I mean, we do have emergency hearings, especially with our cannabis schedule, and so we have to have hearings. So let me see something. Let me see how our general counsel is. Hold on a minute, please. Oh, hold on 1 minute, please. All right, so how much time do you think that it would take? All right, I was told that there is a I'm sorry to do this to the board because they are not aware of this as yet. But let me see. Let me see something before. The board is the agency is contemplating having a hearing on December 4th. Okay, the board members, they're not aware of it yet. So and I'm not sure if all 4 board members, well, Mr. Jones is not here, so therefore he can't participate in this decision. And so I'm not sure if as long as we have, I'll make myself available. Mr. Grant and probably Mr. Meadows. Are you probably all right? So it could, depending how long it is, December 4th. So what I would say, if you're able to do a witness today, and I think it will be continued December 4th. Would that work for your witnesses, December 4th? I'm not sure what time yet, because I think the board is going to have a meeting on December 4th. It's not on the calendars yet.
Do you mind if I ask my witnesses quick?
Sure. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. That's a potential date that because the board I think is going to have we're going to schedule a meeting for December 4th, and so we could put it on that day.
Okay, so Paul, Matt, Dwayne, and Frank, are you all available December 4th?
Matt Fay can make it work.
Hold on, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson.
Oh yeah, I should ask Mr. Harrison.
Right. So before we even ask your witness, and I said before we're doing this because the other board members weren't even aware that December 4th was on the table. So I'm throwing this date for everyone. But Mr. Robinson, before we go anywhere, is December 4th a day that could work for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So, all right. So that's a possibility on December 4th. So, Ms. Verdi, so if your witnesses can be available, maybe we could have one of your witnesses today, since it'll be December 4th, which is our, because I'm not sure how many cases we're going to have on that day, but it's your call. And better yet, how long do you believe? I know that these hearings are supposed to be an hour and a half, but of course, yeah, we kind of play with the time.
Yeah, I obviously don't know what cross and what the
Right.
committee you're going to ask. I would think testimony wise, I'm probably at about an hour, a little longer, but around an hour without
Okay,
any.
all right, that's fine. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to put witness on? Do you want to put a witness on today, or you want to wait?
I think if I wait, given today's testimony, I could even streamline a little bit.
Okay.
Because we've covered some things, and so that might make December 4th even go a little smoother.
Okay, that's fine. Then I appreciate that, Bam, and I appreciate everyone's flexibility. So, what we'll do is that we will end our day. We'll end this hearing now, and I believe it is going to be reconvened on December 4th, but our legal office will confirm that. But that was a date that I was provided. That yes, Mr. Meadows.
I was just making sure that would be at 1:30 on the 4th. You're not sure? Okay.
I don't. I know that December 4th is being proposed for us to have a hearing date as a hearing date.
Okay.
And so, because I'm not sure what other cases on the calendar, so we're probably going to end up having a full day hearing
Gotcha.
of hearing. And so, Miss Verdi, our legal office will talk to you and Mr. Robinson and see what time, based on what they're proposing for December 4th, what would work for you guys. And I think that maybe they'll present it to you first, but I know that we're that's the date we're planning to have another hearing, because as I said, when I just look at the calendar, for the rest of this year, and as I said, the year is over, the board, unless we have emergency hearings that we have to schedule, we're only scheduled to meet one more day. So we're going to meet November 19th. We don't meet the 26th, and we meet the 3rd and the 10th, and then we're in January because the year is over. Okay. All right. So
Thank you very much for your time today, and I'll do our best to streamline our next session.
Thank you very much. So so we're pausing this case. All right, fine. So thank you very much, and the board members, please stay on so I can close the record. All right.
May we be excused?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're excused.
Thank you, man, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. Thanks. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on November 19th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for November 19th, as published in the DC Register on November 14th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank the board members for their flexibility and their time and attention today for this hearing. Thank you very much. And also would like to thank members of the public who have also participated virtually in all our hearings. We're adjourned for the day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Good afternoon.